Hello? 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 Is it?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the trial calendar call for October 24th of 2022. It's Clayton County State Court, courtroom 304. If I'm not currently speaking with you, please mute your device. I'm going to call the calendar. If you're represented by counsel, I need to know that you are here as the defendant, but I also need to know that your counsel is here with you and they'll make a response on your behalf about whether we're going to go forward with trial or if there's a plea or some other resolution of the case on today's calendar. All right. So the first person on the calendar is Juan Giovanni Aguirre Nambo.
Judge, counsel for the defendant called, emailed and requested or stated they had a conflict today.
I thought I saw one conflict, but I wasn't sure. Ms. Val, is that the one I signed off on?
This is actually Camille.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know, Camille. I haven't lost it completely yet. I was I just remember Val sending me something and I was thinking she might know.
No, this one actually just came in this morning.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's convenient.
Yeah, I have a note that the defendant is wanted. I'm trying to confirm that on CPUA.
Oh, I'm sure. I think he's missed a couple of court sessions.
And Judge, you know, I'm looking at the email once again. According to the attorney, the defendant has been deported.
Okay. Yeah. So there's a website I thought that we could check to see is or the defendant's attorney can provide us something. I think there's a site that's like a clearinghouse for that. So we'll just send her an email and ask her to provide information about that.
Okay.
All right. Marquise Anthony Barksdale, Mr. Holton Dennis.
Stands ready, on.
Is Mr. Barksdale on the call?
Yes.
Yes, I hear him.
Mr. Barksdale would like to enter a negotiated guilty plea.
All right, Mr. Barksdale. Let's see. Trying to find you. Change my view. All right, so Mr. Barksdale. Mr. Barksdale?
Your Honor, the state will request a bench warrant pending his appearance.
Is he here, Mr. Taylor, or was he answering? I thought I heard somebody answering on his behalf.
I also thought I heard him speak up. He definitely knows to be here.
And I am here also, Aisha Watts, in the case. They told me to be here today.
Yeah, she's a state.
All right. All right, Ms. Watts, just hold on for me, okay? Once again, Barksdale, Marquise Barksdale.
State requests a bench warrant bond forfeiture pending his arrival.
Will be granted. All right, just hold on, Ms. Watts. Don't go anywhere right now.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Stephen Richard Beckham, Timothy McCaleb.
Your Honor, there's some information I received about Attorney McCaleb.
Yeah, I thought I heard something too.
So I was unclear on whether or not Mr. Beckham was still represented by Mr. McCaleb.
Mr. Beckham? Stephen Rashad Beckham?
As opposed to requesting a bench warrant, given that he may still be under the impression that he's represented by Mr. McCaleb, the state of whole.
Okay, we'll put him on another calendar and see if we can send notice to, directly to Mr. Beckham.
What's going on with Beckham, Judge?
His attorney has some bar issues.
Okay, so put it on a future calendar.
And let's send notice to him directly.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Damon LaRon Bell, Mr. Johnson.
Present, Your Honor.
The attorney judge requested that this be moved to a bench trial.
Mr.
I'm trying to
Johnson,
get a video, Judge. Okay, there I am. Okay, yes, Judge, I had made a request for a bench trial. If that could be put on the bench trial calendar.
sure, no problem.
Okay, we'll get notice on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And those come up pretty quickly, so
Okay.
we'll go ahead and put you on a bench trial calendar.
And the
You and
state is ready
Mr.
on
I'm sorry.
I was just saying, the state is ready on that. Yeah.
Okay. So state and defense both ready. All right, so we
Okay.
will do that. You
All
all
right,
are
thank you.
excused at this time and you'll get notice. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Johnson.
thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
James Robert Bridges.
Your Honor, there's some
Yes, ma'am.
information about that attorney as well. His attorney,
Daniel
Doherty?
Doherty. Yeah, he said that he had a medical emergency and he wasn't able to appear today, but he filed all the paperwork. He wanted me to relay that information to you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Brooks, is that what you had?
yes, ma'am, medical emergency.
Okay,
And so I think he was requesting a reset. I believe this case was on the calendar last month, and I think he had a medical emergency at that time as well. So I think it's something continuing.
but
I'm
has
not-
he filed a conflict or, because that's what you do if you have something that's gonna keep you out of court for a while.
He said he
I
did
think he
file
did
the
file- he
necessary
did file
paperwork.
something, I believe.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Bridges.
He told me that he filed all the necessary paperwork last week when the emergency foot surgery came up. And he just wanted me to relay that information to you.
I'll check the judges.
All right, thank you, Ms. Val. Shadrach Jonathan Brown, Thomas Barton.
He's in the courtroom, y'all.
Okay, is his attorney with them?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Barton, just hold still until we get a word from your attorney. Thomas Barton, has anybody heard anything regarding a conflict or anything?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, yeah, my attorney tested positive for COVID, so he can be here today, so we wanted to relay that as well.
Okay, hold on a second, sir. I'm gonna need you to say that again, 1 second before you do. Go ahead, now tell me what you were saying.
Yes, my attorney tested positive for COVID, so he's unable to be in the courtroom today. So he wanted me to relay that message.
Okay, he couldn't come by Zoom?
We thought it was an in-person show, Your Honor.
Well, call him, tell him he can appear by Zoom if he's able.
All right, I'll
If,
let him,
huh?
I'll let him know. I'll call him. I'll reach out to him and let him know.
Okay. All right, sir, just give him a call and tell him if he wants to appear by Zoom, he can. If not, then we'll continue you, but let me know what he says.
I received no conflict or anything.
Yeah, I don't have anything either. Miss Val, Miss Camille, they don't have anything. So let's give him a call. Okay. All right, Shalandra Chiffon Buckingham. I'm sorry, Buchanan. Buchanan.
Say it's ready, yeah.
All right. Shalandra Buchanan. Lister Houghton Dennis.
Yes, Ms. Buchanan, could you give the deputy your current phone number? I haven't had any contact with this Ms. Buchanan. And
All right.
Mr. Barksdale has joined the call.
Okay. All right, what are we doing on Barksdale? Please.
Is entering a negotiated guilty plea, Your Honor.
All right, where's Mr. Barksdale? So, Mr. Barksdale, let me see your face. Mr. Barksdale, can you give me video? All right, while he's working on that, I'm gonna continue to call the calendar. Ronald Leon Burden Jr., Lister Houghton Dennis.
Is Mr. Burden in the call?
Ronald Burden. Ladies and gentlemen, it's I got 2 pages, so it's hard for me to see everybody who's here. So if you're thinking you put your name down and you're here, you got to call out and let me know you're here, because it's hard for me to keep moving back and forth between the several screens.
State request bench warrant and bond forfeiture pending is Rob, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see a burden on any of the screens. Bench warrant bond forfeiture granted. Quintman Quantrell Burns.
Judge,
Present, Your Honor.
he's on. Judge James Studdard, I represent him, Judge.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to maybe get a breakout room if I could to talk with state.
Okay, 1 second.
Thank you.
Kevin Maurice Campbell. Here. Michael Barber.
You can courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Michael Barber is the attorney.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brandon Rosenblum for Mike Barber. Mr. Campbell's present. That's going to be a negotiated plea.
Okay. All right. 1 second. Mr. Brooks, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor. 1 moment, let me grab the file.
Okay.
Your Honor, I was also here on Anatoly Inaki. ENA.
Okay, is he on the 10 o'clock?
Yes, he is.
All right.
We had sent him in information to log in. He's an over-the-road truck driver. I don't see him on your screen. Can we call for him, please?
Okay. Let's go ahead and take the plea and then we'll check. It's spell the last name for me.
ENACCHI, I believe.
Okay, I see him. Anatoly Inachi. Anatoly Inachi. All right, Mr. Rosenblum, let's give him until I get to that point in the calendar before I announce the bench warrant. He may just be trying to log on. All right, Mr. Brooks, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
1 second.
That's right.
I'm clear. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is very important that you, one, put your full government name on the screen. A nickname is not going to help me. The name of a phone is not going to help me. And the second thing is everyone should be mute unless I'm speaking with you. So please, everyone, mute your device unless I am speaking with you. Okay, so I'm taking a plea now. I can't have a lot of background noise, but please go to the rename function and put your full name on the screen. Thank you. So Mr. Campbell, raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Kevin Maurice Campbell, 2019 CR 04732. You're with your attorney, Mr. Brandon Rosenblum, who's here for Mr. Barber. You're charged with driving under the influence and improper turn, improper signal. Mr. Rosenblum, what is your client pleading to the offenses before the court?
I believe he's pleading to the first count DUI. I believe under the negotiated terms, all other counts are merged.
All right. All right, so, sir, by entering a plea of guilty to count 1, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. On May the 14th of 2019, officers with Clayton County Police Department were doing a road safety check in the area of Flat Shoals Road and Castlegate Drive. Officers observed a vehicle stop and turn abruptly left into a driveway. Officer made contact with that vehicle. Identified the driver as Mr. Kevin Campbell. During the course of the encounter, officer did observe certain indicators of impairment to include bloodshot, glassy eyes, slurred speech, and the odor of alcoholic beverage. Officers conducted a DUI investigation. Did conduct HGN and observed additional indicators of impairment. Was not able to continue the battery of assessments given the incline of the road. However, officers did find enough probable cause to make the arrest for driving under influence. They read implied consent, to which Mr. Campbell did refuse. This all occurred here within Clayton County. State's recommendation to the DUI offense is 12 months probation to serve 24 hours, to which he'll be credited with the 24 hours to which he was in custody. He's complete 40 hours of community service, partake in drug and alcohol evaluation and treatment should it be necessary. He used to have no drugs and alcohol during the course of probation, pay a $500 fine, complete a risk reduction course. Count 2, improper turn signals, $50 fine.
All right. All right. So Mr. Rosenblum, anything else on behalf of Mr. Campbell?
Your Honor, this case is a long time coming. Mr. Barber did have motions on this case. There was a very narrow decision on the court. We would ask the court accept the terms that is negotiated. We would also ask upon completion of the terms of his sentence that he be allowed to go non-reporting, and he does qualify for a certificate of first offense.
I'll give the certificate of first offense, but I don't do non-reporting on DUI cases or battery cases. All right, so Mr. Campbell, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 24 hours, credit for time served. Balance will be probated so that you can do 40 hours of community service, a substance abuse evaluation, and any treatment that might be necessary. You're to have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation. You're to pay a fine in the amount of $500. The $500 fine is actually going to be $737.50 with the surcharges, and you're to take a risk reduction course. Also, sir, on count 2, you'll pay a fine in the amount of $50. I'll run that concurrent with count 1. And I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is our probation expert, and she's going to explain everything that you need to know about probation. Excuse me. And once you're finished speaking with her, then you'll be free to go. But please make sure that you attend all of your probation reports. The quickest way to get rearrested and to mess up on probation is to fail to attend your probation reports. Okay. The jail, the courtroom, I'll put you in room number 6 with Mrs. Thomas. And yes.
Up to the computer here in front of the bench, or where does he?
You can get closer to the computer, based on what the deputy allows, because I know it's hard to hear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and so I'm gonna put the courtroom and Mrs. Thomas in breakout room number 6, and I'll open those breakout rooms now. All right. All right, Alejandro Castillo. Mr. Holton Dennis.
Can we sound for this defendant?
We'll wait until the courtroom comes back. Just hold a second. Well, while we're doing that, who was it who wanted a breakout room? Mr. Studdard, is it you who wanted a breakout room with Mr. Brooks? Mr. Studdard?
I think you stepped away, Your Honor. But
Yes,
I
Judge.
think- Okay.
Oh, I was gonna give you a breakout room with Mr. Brooks right now while we're waiting on the.
That'd be fine, Judge. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Mr. Brooks and Mr. Studdard, I'll put you in breakout room number 1. All right, breakout room is open. I'll be back in a moment.
Your Honor, my apologies.
Yes, sir. What you apologizing for?
I was just wondering if I could be excused. My
Oh,
lawyer wasn't present.
Yes, Mr. Bridges, 1 second. So
You're
yes,
fine.
go ahead. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
No,
you
you're
can.
great. Thank you. Have a
All
great
right,
day.
and now, Mr. Bridges will continue the case and you'll get notice and your attorney will get notice, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Have a
right,
good
thank
day.
you. You too.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm Mr. Sims. I've been having trouble trying to log on. I finally logged on. I can't get my picture to show up. Well, there's a picture up there, but not a live picture.
Okay.
I'm not sure about my attorney. I know the last time I spoke to someone, I had an attorney, but I haven't spoken to no one in a long time.
Okay,
Mr.
hold on.
Sims, Mr. Sims, I'll speak to you when we get to you, okay?
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm back from the breakout room, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Thomas. All right, Ms. John B.A. is here, correct?
I'm here, Your Honor, but not here.
Not sure what that means. You're observing, but you're not working this calendar.
Correct.
Okay, I speak attorney. All right. Okay, so we'll wait until Mr. Brooks gets back and we'll finish calling the calendar.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Barksdale. I had trouble logging in the beginning. I just want to make sure I wasn't skipped or missed.
No, we saw you logging in and I tried to get you to show me video, but I don't think you could hear me.
No, I couldn't.
Okay, so hold on a second. Your attorney has announced that you have a plea. So once he comes back and once everybody's back, we'll go ahead and do that. But we're going to call the calendar just to make sure we get everybody heard, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, no problem.
And inside of your nose was completely blocked. Yes. You had absolutely.
Your Honor, we're back.
All right, Mr. Brooks, do you all have an announcement?
Judge, is it possible if I could get a breakout with my client for just 1 second? I think we've got it worked out.
All right, and your client is Mr.
Quentin Burns, Burns.
All right, so while you are speaking with your client, we'll go on and finish the calendar call.
Thank you, Judge.
Progress. Do you know what Mr. Burns is here under? Mr. Burns, speak up for me.
It should be his name, Quentin, Quentin.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Oh, he's here.
There with Quincy's iPhone. All right, this is why it's important, ladies and gentlemen, for you all to change your name and make sure that it is actually your name.
My apologies, Your Honor. I couldn't figure out how to do that. My apologies.
Okay, it's the rename function. I'll show you in a minute. Let me go ahead and put you and Mr. Studdard into breakout room number 2.
Thank you.
Right. All right, and Mr. Barksdale is here. We'll take his plea in a moment. Beckham is continuing. We were at Brown. Mr. Thomas Barton has a medical issue. He may sign on. If not, then we'll continue that. Currently, we are at Castillo. Alejandro. Here. All right, Mr. Castillo is in the breakout, is in the courtroom. Does Mr. Castillo need the assistance of an interpreter?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and this is Lister Holton Dennis. So who's representing Mr. Castillo?
Your Honor, it's Mr. Taylor's client.
All right.
No.
All right. So Mr. Castillo, just have a seat. Mr. Taylor will be back in a moment. Shakur Tahim Cook, represented by Judy Kim. All right, gentlemen, if you have more than one device connected to the call, it's going to give reverb. You only need one device.
Mr. Cook is here.
All right.
Morning, Judge. Judy Kim for Mr. Cook. We have a negotiated plea for consideration.
All right. So, Mr. Cook, go ahead and let me see video, please.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on.
All right, Mr. Cook, is that a picture or is that you?
That's supposed to be a video, but it's showing a picture.
Yeah.
How do you? Hold on.
Just go to the bottom left. You'll see there's an icon that says video. Just click on that and that should show you.
Once I click on the video, it brings up the picture. And then it goes back to, see? That's better.
There you are. There you go. You're on.
All right, sir. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, Mr. Shakur Tahim Cook, you're before the court on 2019 CR 09214. You're represented by Attorney Judy Kim, who's with you. You're charged with count 1 DUI, count 2 DUI. Ms. Kim, what is your client pleading to the offenses before the court?
She'll be pleading to DUI. 1 count.
Which one? Per se or less safe?
I believe less safe.
Which one is that, Mr. Brooks? Because my calendar just says DUI on both.
It would be the per se, which will merge, the less safe will merge into the per se. That's count 2.
Okay. And count 1 will merge. All right. So by entering a plea of guilty to count 2, count 1 merging, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty, or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Mr. Cook, do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. On August the 17th of 2019, officers, Clayton County Police Department responded to a vehicle accident here in Clayton County. Officers made contact with both drivers, identified one of the drivers to be Mr. Cook. During the course of the encounter, officers did make certain observations of indicators of impairment, to include the moderate odor of alcoholic beverage coming from his breath, an admission that he had been drinking as well. Officers did conduct standardized field sobriety evaluations in which they observed additional indicators of impairment. Officers ultimately placed Mr. Cook under arrest, did read him by consent, and requested a sample of his blood, to which he did consent. The blood sample returned a reading of 0.132 for blood alcohol content. This all occurred here in Clayton County. The state's recommendation to the per se count is 12 months to serve 7 days. He's to be credited with the time that he's been in custody, which was from August the 17th of 2019 through August the 24th of 2019. He's paid a $500 fine, 40 hours community service, drug and alcohol evaluation and treatment should be necessary, submit to random testing, no drugs and alcohol during the course of probation, and it's completed risk reduction program.
All right, Ms. Kim, anything on behalf of Mr. Cook?
Judge, we would ask that you would accept the plea as negotiated. We would also request if we could get the affidavit of first conviction. I
All
understand
right.
that you do not allow early, well, non-report, so I'm not gonna ask.
All right. So, yeah, the affidavit of first conviction is fine. Mr. Cook, I'm going to accept your plea. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 7 days. Credit for time served. Balance will be probated for you to pay a fine in the amount of $500. A $500 fine is going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. You'll do 40 hours of community service. You'll do a substance abuse evaluation and any treatment that they may order. You're subject to random screens for alcohol and drugs. You're to have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation, and you'll take a risk reduction course. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is our probation expert, and she's going to explain everything you need to know about probation. But the most important thing is, if you do not attend your probation reports, that is the quickest way to get rearrested. So even if you're having trouble completing all other things that I've ordered you to do, you must report, okay? Because that's my only way of keeping up with you. Otherwise, I could just put you in jail. So you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So go ahead. You had a question?
No, I'll just speak to my lawyer.
All right. Okay. So yeah, give Ms. Kim a call after you finish with Mrs. Thomas. You'll be free to go at that time. Okay. I'm going to put you in a breakout room number 6. All right. So Mr. Cook and Ms. Thomas are in breakout room number 6. Ms. Kim, you're free to go at this time unless you have something else on the calendar.
No, thank you, Judge. Have a great day.
All right.
Judge James Studdard, Mr. Brooks and I are ready to do our plea whenever the court's ready.
Okay. And all of the attorneys on the call, please join me in welcoming Ms. John VA to the bar.
Well,
welcome.
All right.
You may have second thoughts someday.
Every other day, but that's okay. We press
50,
on.
Try 50 years of it.
We press on.
Yeah.
All right. So Mr. Studdard, Mr. Burns, Quintrell Burns. Where are you, Mr. Burns?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Mr. Burns, can you show me your face? You got that one? There you are. All right. So raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2019 CR 09809 for Quintman Contrail Burns. You're represented by Mr. Studdard, and you're charged with driving under the influence, count 1, driving under the influence, count 2, and public indecency, count 3. Mr. Studdard, what is your client plea to the offenses before the court?
Judge, he pleads guilty to count 1 of the DUI, and I believe the others will be addressed by Mr. Brooks.
All right, Mr. Brooks.
I'm sorry, to count 1.
Count 2 merges. What about count 3?
Count 3 is going to be no pressure.
All right. All right. Mr. Burns, by entering the plea of guilty to count 1, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. On September 7, 2019, officers with Clayton County Police Department were on general patrol when they observed a vehicle parked in the middle turn lane and individuals peeing, urinating in plain sight in the middle of the road. Officers made contact with the driver of the vehicle, Mr. Quitman. During the course of the encounter, officers did observe certain indicators of impairment to include the odor of alcohol, red glassy eyes, an admission that he had been just left from Grandstand Bar and Grill, and that he had been drinking at the Grandstand Bar and Grill. Officers conducted a DUI investigations to include standardized field sobriety evaluations, of which they made additional indicators, observed additional indicators, ultimately placed him under arrest and did request a re-influxing and request a sample of his blood, to which he did consent. His blood returned a BAC of 0.15, and this all occurred here within Clayton County. State's recommendation to the DUI per se counts, 12 months to serve, 2 days, 48 hours, to which he'll be credited with time served. The balances will be probated to complete a drug and alcohol evaluation, and treatment should be necessary. He's to have no drugs and alcohol during the course of probation, submit to random screens, and as well take a risk reduction program. He's to complete 40 hours community service and pay a $500 fine. Count 3, the indecent public indecency is being non-press. Count 2 will merge.
All right. Anything on behalf of your client, Mr. Studdard?
Judge, it appears that he's a first offender according to Mr. Brooks' records and my research. Would the court be inclined to give him an affidavit of first conviction?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I misspoke. Count 2 is the per se count. Count 1 is the less safe. So count 1 will merge into count 2.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Burns, by entering a plea of guilty to count 2, count 1 merges, count 3 will be no pros. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or, I'm sorry, I did that part. I'm going to sentence you to 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served, balance probated, for you to take a substance abuse evaluation and any treatment that may be ordered. You're to have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation. You're subject to a risk reduction course and random screens. And you also do 40 hours of community service and pay a fine in the amount of $500. Now, the $500 fine with the surcharges is going to be $737.50. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. She's our probation expert, and she's going to explain everything that you need to know about probation. But she's currently, she's free now. So if you have any questions, especially anything that's specific to your situation, please make sure that you ask her those questions. The failure to report to probation means that you'll be rearrested. So even if you haven't accomplished everything that is on your list of things to do, please make sure that you report, because the failure to do so could mean that you'll be put in jail. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, sir, I'm going to put you in a breakout room number 6 with Mrs. Thomas. Once you finish speaking with her, you do not have to come back to the main room, okay?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. And be safe out there.
Yes, ma'am, we will.
You got options instead of
ma'am.
driving impaired, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Castillo is in the courtroom. So do you have an announcement on him, Alejandro Castillo?
Not yet, Your Honor. I just need a moment to call him.
You need to what?
I just need a moment to speak with him. I'm
Okay.
calling him now.
All right, Brandon Ricardo Davis, Attorney Johnny Castaneda. John Castaneda, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good
I'm sorry,
morning.
I was trying to unmute my phone. Can I conference with the solicitor on that?
Sure. I'll give you a breakout room with Mr. Brooks in a moment, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, no problem. All right, Mr. Duplessis, Solomon Duplessis, represented by Mr. Holton Dennis.
That case has been transferred, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Duplessis.
Can I just get clarity on one thing from Mr. Duplessis? Is the motion to revoke currently scheduled for November 9th for Mr. Duplessis vacated since this is all going upstairs?
That is my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
That's my son as well, yeah.
So
All right.
I don't have to come, do I have to come to court on the 9th?
No, not for me. Your next court date will be in federal court. It will be in Superior Court, and you'll get notice from Superior Court. So you shouldn't have any more court dates before state court, okay?
Okay.
Not for this case.
So
All
I'm
right.
good. I'm free to go?
Well, with a couple of caveats. One, you're still under a bond condition. Whatever that bond condition says, you still have to adhere to that bond condition.
Oh, I am. That's why I've been working out of state, ma'am, so I can stay away from any and all parties.
Okay, and that's all I have to say. So anything else will take place in Superior Court, and they'll contact you.
I thank you, Your Honor, for everything you've done.
All right, thank you, Mr. Duplessis. Justin Wayne Edge, Keith Martin.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'm good to go then, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And on both of Mr. Edge's cases, the 2021 CR 02619 and the 2021 CR 07603 state to be submitted in all process.
Okay, so I have the case ending in 09333 and the case ending in 02619. Because I have 3 cases for Mr. Edge.
That's correct, Your Honor. And if I could have a breakout room with Mr. Brooks, I believe we can resolve 2619.
All of them being in all process, Your Honor. I reviewed
Okay.
all of them being in all process.
All 3, Your Honor.
Well, that's what he said.
Here's Mr. Edge, by the way, Your Honor.
Mr. Edge, I see you. So Mr. Martin is going to explain that all of your cases have been no prost, and he'll explain to you what that means, okay? So you shouldn't appear before me anymore on these cases. All right?
May he be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, he's excused. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, if you don't have anything else on this calendar, you're excused also.
I'm afraid I got to hang around.
Okay, no problem. All right, Mr. Edge, you're excused. Inachi, Anatoly Inachi.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Attorney Brandon Rosenwald and Mr. Nachi. He's not in the courtroom. We did send him the link. I've not heard from him.
Anything?
Bench warrant pending his arrival.
All right, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. I mean, a bench warrant, no bond. So, Mr. Rosenblum, you have 2 options. You can stay and try and hang around to the end of the calendar, which is in a few minutes. At that point, I'll, if he doesn't appear, we'll do the bench warrant. If he does appear, we'll deal with this case and we'll rescind the bench warrant. So, if you want to wait, you can.
Judge Palmer in Henry County Superior Court's been waiting on me for about 2 hours now.
Oh, well, please go to Judge Palmer. Give her my regards.
Will do. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. Fernando Antonio English.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. English is here, and 1 second. Mr. Burns, did you not go to the breakout room?
I didn't see one, ma'am.
Okay, so you're in there, touch your screen and it should say something about join breakout room. Mr. Burns, you got to touch the screen and it'll pop up. Now you can't drive and do this. You got to pull over.
I'm pulling over. I'm in the parking lot, pulling over.
Okay, so when you touch the screen, you'll see a blue button that says join or some little space that says join breakout room.
Okay, I got it. I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's hard to do this and drive.
Yes, I hear me.
Okay, Mr. Davis. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
I'll just make sure you heard me.
No. Hold on, Mr. Davis. Let me. So yeah, Mr. Davis, your attorney is going to be speaking with the state at the moment. So I saw you here. I know you're here. Okay, so just mute for me and we'll get back to you.
Right.
Mr. Fernando Antonio English.
Yes, ma'am.
And is here and he's represented by Mr. Holton Dennis. Who's representing Mr. English? Mr. Kamani or Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor is representing.
All right, so Mr. English, just hold on a second. We'll have an announcement from Mr. Taylor. Verletta Latrell Hall, Mr. Holton Dennis.
Your Honor, that's my client. I wasn't able to get in touch.
Your Honor, on that case, the state was going to move for submit an all-process anyway.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brooks. I appreciate that. All right, Ms. Hall's case has been no pros. Let's see. Hutchins, Andreas, Devon Hutchins.
Same announcement for Hutchins, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. No pros. No. Mr. Brooks, did you announce no pros on that?
Yes, ma'am. Same announcement for
Okay,
Hutchins.
I'm here.
Mr. Hutchins, I know you're here, sir. That's not it. That is not what that means.
Oh, okay.
A no pros means it's being dismissed.
Oh, okay. I appreciate
All right.
that.
Okay, you're free to go at this time, sir.
Hutchins and Jackson as well, Your Honor.
All right. Isabel Jackson Santos. Isabel Santos Jackson. Santos Isabel Jackson. Well, it's no frost. Mary Kiker.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mike Edmonds for Mary Kiker.
Hi, Mr. Edmonds.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Present.
Yes.
Ms. Kiker. Oh, I see you. So Ms. Kiker, can you unmute for me and show video? Mr. Edmonds, do you have an announcement on this case?
Pre-trial conference would be appropriate, I think.
I agree. Yeah.
All right, so I'll set up a breakout room. All right, Sammy Reginald Lewis, Jabari Jones is the attorney. I saw both of those gentlemen.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Lewis is present. That's Sam Hussein. Hello, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Doing well, thank you. Our announcement is ready, subject to an outstanding motion to suppress. So I think we would have to be counted for that first, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brooks.
And we are not ready, Your Honor. There's an out-of-state witness. One of the officers is out of state. So we cannot announce ready at this moment. As well, the victim in the collision lives out of state also.
Okay, Ms. Val, this is a ready announcement, so let's move this to the next calendar, the next trial calendar, so that they'll have time to get their out-of-state witnesses in.
Hello.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. With that, are my client and myself excused?
Yes, Mr. Lewis and Mr. Jones, you're excused at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I am the victim.
Aaron Stewart. Ms. Stewart.
First, yeah, Sammy Reginald Lewis.
Are you Aaron Stewart?
Oh, no, Aaron is out of state, but I also got a subpoena. I'm Jasmine Jones.
Okay. Someone from my office will be down there to speak with you momentarily. Miss Tiller, if you go speak with Miss Jones.
Okay, thank you.
All right. John Ralph Lupillo, Morgan Metters.
Good morning, Judge. Morgan Metters here for it's Lupoli. It got transposed. Discovery is still, yeah, Mr. Lupoli is here.
So I'm in
Discovery
here,
is still
so when they call my name, how would I answer?
Well,
Or do I?
first, we'd have to know what your name is. You're under Galaxy, which is a phone. It's not a name.
Oh.
And you're really loud, and I'm trying to talk to some other people. So who are you? Tell me your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been trying to get the Zoom together. I'm sorry.
Okay, what's your name?
Deborah Smith.
Deborah Smith?
Yes.
Apologize, Your Honor. She's a victim
Okay.
on one of the cases.
All right. So now back to Mr. Lupoli.
Hi, Judge. Yes, I believe discovery's been requested. It's still outstanding. We would not be at a point to announce ready right now, so we would ask to be continued to the next calendar.
It's a failure to yield the right of way, and it's on a ticket, Mr. Metters. What more discovery do you need than the citation?
Well, I requested discovery. I didn't know if there was anything else out there. I haven't gotten a response.
Mr. Brooks, is there anything else out there? It's a TK.
No, it was sent on 10/13. But let me. Your Honor, just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're coming on with sound. Please mute your device as quickly as you can so that I don't keep hearing crazy stuff.
And I'm sorry, Judge, I missed the last part from the state.
What's this here?
Okay, whose iPhone is this?
Keith Daniels.
Keith Daniels?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, hold on a second.
There was a crash report, and that's it. But that was all sent on the 13th.
All right. So, Mr. Metters, it was sent October 13th.
Okay, I haven't. I'll check the mail again. I haven't received that yet.
Okay, Mr. Brooks, do you know how that was sent?
Mr. Arnold, was it sent electronically or by mail?
It was sent
Electronically or by mail?
electronically through email.
Okay, can you confirm the email address?
Hold on 1 second. It was sent to morgan@metterslawfirm.com.
Mr. Metters?
I'm looking through my email. I do not see anything from October 13th regarding this case.
Did you put solicitor of Clayton County or solicitor in the search bar so that it can pull up anything from the solicitor's office? Did you check your spam?
I'm not seeing anything from October 13th in spam or inbox or trash. I've searched solicitor. I've searched the style of the case. I'm sorry, I don't see it.
A hard copy can be made available, but it'll be available by pickup. When would you like to pick it up?
I mean, that's fine. I can make arrangements to get that. We can try email again. I'm not seeing it.
We won't be sending it by email again, but it'll be available by pickup.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Meadows, you think pending you're getting that, you'll be ready on the next trial calendar?
I anticipate it should be ready on the next trial calendar, Judge.
All right. Ms. Val, we'll continue this to the next trial calendar.
Thank you, Judge. And may we be excused?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Donnell McKnight. Kenneth McKnight.
Good morning. I'm gonna be up next. It's like, good morning.
Ms. Rumpf.
Hey, good morning.
Okay, Mr. McKnight, so you're before the court for speeding 35 plus miles an hour over the limit, no tag, expired or invalid tag, and invalid registration. And I don't see an attorney here for you.
No, I don't have one.
You didn't hire one?
No, I actually just got a text on Friday saying I need to be here on Monday.
Okay, this is a 2019 case, Mr. McKnight. So you've been before the court before because you're on a trial calendar. So you've had the opportunity to hire an attorney from when you were on an arraignment calendar. You didn't hire an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because the fact that you don't have an attorney means that you either requested not to have one appointed or you said you were going to hire one.
No, I never been to trial about this.
No, you've not been to trial, but you've been to court for this before.
No, I had it, the court date that I was supposed to come to, that's on the COVID. I was supposed to come in March 17th for 2010, so that's when they started shutting everything down for COVID. So I never got to court for this.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I'm given the opportunity to speak with him, I think we might be able to resolve it.
All right. Did you want to speak directly with the state and see what they're offering in this case?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. So in a moment, I'll set you up with a breakout room with Mr. Brooks.
I'll go down to the courtroom and speak to him directly.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Just hold on. Let me finish getting through this calendar. Chantel Nicole McPhee.
Did she enter a guilty plea already? I think she's played already.
I'm sorry, that is closed. My bad. All right, and yeah, she had 4 cases that were Michael Medius, Keith Martin's case.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here, and Mr. Medius was on page 2, I believe, the last time I looked. Yes, still there.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Medius. There you are. All right, so Mr. Martin, anything on this case?
Well, Your Honor, we're ready. I would like to talk to Mr. Brooks. I realize he's got a dozen meetings set up this morning. Is the state ready, Mr. Brooks?
The state is ready. However, the state was going to request of the court to give us a specially set date. One of the witnesses in the case is between Georgia and Texas. I'm in good contact with her, and she has been served. But I'd like to give her a set date that she knows to be present for court.
Okay. Your Honor, we don't have any objection to that. We would just ask the court for one thing. Give us an order setting it down, which will make you superior to any other judge.
All right. Miss Val, let's set this on the next trial calendar, and we can put an order out that it's on the trial, it's set to that trial calendar. But if you all work something out in the interim, then let us know, and you can come on one of the morning calendars for that.
Yes, Your Honor. I commit to you that Mr. Brooks and I will get together.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you very much, and may Mr. Medius and I be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Santonio Marquez Ott.
Judge, that case, Mr. Martin case will have to be set sometime in January. It's just gonna be specially set.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Your Honor, was that about this case? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna be set in January. We'll send you a notice.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Burrell.
No problem. Miss Val, oh, that was just for medias. Aunt Santonio Marquez aunt.
Your Honor, there was a question about that. Geraldine Bell, I believe, is with Capital Defenders.
Okay.
And I believe Mr. Ott is in custody in Rockdale County since January of this year. And so the state of request a bench warrant, withhold the bond forfeiture though.
Okay, that'll work. Bench warrant, no bond forfeiture.
And I mentioned that information about his attorney because I think he may need a new attorney. I'm not sure.
Well, he's assigned to Lister and Holt, but have y'all heard anything?
No, Your Honor, I wasn't able to get in touch.
Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and we'll put the bench warrant out so he'll come to us after Rockdale. Christopher Peggins, Paul Dietrich is the attorney.
I'm here. I don't think Mr. Dietrich is representing me anymore.
Okay, why wouldn't he be?
I haven't talked to him in over a year.
Okay, but he hasn't been released from the case by me, so he should still be your attorney.
Like I said, I hadn't spoke to him. He came to my house, told me that the lawsuit case was thrown out. That was the last time I talked to him.
Okay, sir, well, you may want to call him because he's still listed as your attorney of record.
Okay.
You want to call him now?
Don't even have his number now.
I can give it to you.
Okay. Hold on.
7.
Hold on 1 second, please. What is it again?
770.
Hello.
529.
Okay, thank you.
4357. All right. So I'm going to mute you, sir, so you can talk to him privately. All right. Jerron Perry, Victor Kuvo.
Yes, Judge, this is Victor Kuvo. I'm present. We don't have discovery in that case, Judge. He has 2 cases, and there was a little mix-up with it on the last calendar, but I represent him on a DUI, and I believe Lister and Holt represents him on a battery case.
On a criminal trespass.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Kamani, do you have discovery for Mr. Perry?
I have the discovery for the criminal trespass case.
Okay. Any word on the discovery for the DUI case?
Your Honor,
Is Mr. Perry present?
I am, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, I don't have the discovery for the DUI.
No, I'm not. I'm asking Mr. Brooks.
Hang up from me.
Okay, it just works for us here at the office. So if you put it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is very important. If you don't see a little red microphone with a slash through it on your screen, it means I can hear everything that's going on in your place, or your house, your place of business, whatever it is. And sometimes we hear some unpleasant things, but most importantly, I have to stop and address you all so I can hear the people that I'm supposed to be listening to. So when you come onto the screen, mute your device. Thank you. All right, Mr. Brooks, did you have anything on discovery on the Perry cases? Mr. Kuvo is attorney of record on the DUI. Mr. Kamani is attorney of record on the criminal trespass.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Kamani has received discovery. Mr. Kuvo has not.
We sent it on September 30th. Looks like by email.
Mr. Kuvo?
Judge, I've checked it again today and I could not find it. However, if the state's willing to give me a hard copy, I can pick it up on Friday.
We can do that.
All right. So this will be moved to the next calendar.
Mr. Kuvo, confirm your email address though. Ashley, Ms.
Now?
Hall,
Well, can you send it to Mr. Brooks by chat? Okay. All right, so that'll be moved to the next calendar. Mr. Kamani, do you have an announcement on Mr. Perry?
Your Honor, I just need a conference with Mr. Brooks first.
Okay, Mr. Sims, Antonio Sims, Lister Houghton Dennis, Mr. Sims is present.
Yes, Your Honor, I need a conference with Mr. Sims.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I couldn't get in touch with Mr. Dietrich.
All right, sir. Did you wish to have an attorney appointed to you from the court?
No, ma'am. I don't really need an attorney.
Okay. All right. Did you wish to speak with the state about what you're going to do in your case?
Yes, ma'am. Because the one charge I'm guilty of.
Okay. Don't tell me.
Okay. I don't know how this works.
Okay. You're innocent until proven guilty or until you relinquish your right to be proven guilty. You haven't done either at this time. So you can speak with the state and they can talk to you about what you wish to do. And then we'll go through whatever. Okay. So just hold on a second for me. All right. LaWanda Steed, Lister Houghton Dennis.
Your Honor, I wasn't able to establish contact.
All right.
had a request bench warrant and bond forfeiture.
LaWanda Steed, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Kalima Edmania Tillman, Michael Maloof.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mike Maloof here on her behalf. She is present. I saw her on the call. Could I have a pretrial conference with Mr. Brooks? I believe this will be a negotiated plea.
All right, Jason Turley, Rodney Williams.
A conflict was found in it, Judge.
Javon Alexander White, no attorney of record. Javon Alexander White.
Yeah, ma'am.
So, Mr. White, you're charged with driving on a suspended or revoked license. I don't see an attorney, sir. Did you wish to represent yourself on this case?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. White, did you wish to speak with the state and see what they're recommending for this case?
Yeah, ma'am. I know I was paid for a class somewhere. I just ain't have it right now.
Hold on a second. We'll get you in a breakout room with them, okay?
Okay.
All right. Mark Phillip White.
Your Honor, I believe he's on the Zoom call.
Mark Phillip White.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm present.
Who? Okay. Hold on. Is this you, Mr. White? Dang gone.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know how to change my name.
Mr. White, this is a challenging time. I'm on mute, sir. All right. So, Mr. White, Lister Houghton Dennis. Dennis.
Yeah. Your Honor, he's going to enter into a NOLO plea to count 2. Counts 1, 3, and 4 is going to be dismissed.
Okay, he can't do anything until I get some of that noise out of the background. No, ma'am, I haven't called Pamela Moss versus Antonio Sims because it's not Pamela Moss versus Antonio Sims. It's the state versus Antonio Sims. I did call that case, and if you will just hold on, we'll go ahead and address it in a moment. All right. Mr. White, I need you to get to an area where it's quiet for me. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Carroll.
Oh, I was making sure I was here.
You doing what?
I've never done Zoom before, so I was just making sure that you can hear me and I'm here.
I can hear you. You are here, and just hold on for me, okay?
No problem, no problem.
All right.
Hi, Judge Tammy. This is Shanita Foster.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if your picture and your name are on the screen, I can see you. If I call your name and you don't answer, that's when you should be worried. But until I call your name, don't worry, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. White,
Yes, ma'am.
raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 CR 06249 for Mr. Mark Philip White Jr. You're charged with violation of your driving permit, open container, seatbelt violation, and a second open container. It's my understanding you're entering a plea of guilt of NOLO to count 2, and counts 1, 3, and 4 will be no pros. Is this correct, Mr. Kamani?
That's right, Your Honor.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to count 2, you give up the right
NOLO,
to
Your
have
Honor.
a
NOLO.
trial. I'm sorry, NOLO to count 2. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. On June the 12th of 2020, deputies with Clayton County Sheriff's Department doing traffic enforcement in the area of Old Jonesboro Road and Jonesboro Road in Forest Park here in Clayton County. Officers observed the driver not wearing a seatbelt. Initiated a traffic stop, identified the driver to be Mr. Mark White. During the course of the encounter, officers did learn that he was driving a limited permit coming from a place other than work. As well, they did observe a open container in his vehicle, open container of alcoholic beverage in his vehicle. The state's recommendation to count 2 is $200 fine. All other counts being no.
All right. So, Mr. White, the fine is $200. That's going to be $298 with the surcharges. And sir, do you wish to pay that within 30 days or do you need 60 days?
60 days.
Okay, so I'm going to, Mr. Kamani, do you have his email address?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
All right, so Mr. Kamani is going to give your email address to the court's clerk. She's going to send you an email with your sentencing sheet that tells you the exact date by which this needs to be paid. And she's also going to send instructions about how to pay online or by phone if you don't want to come into the courthouse. But please make sure you pay it on or before the 60th day or an arrest warrant could issue, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. White. And Mr. White, limited permit notwithstanding, all day, every day, you know you don't have open containers in a car. Come on, that's old. That's
Your Honor,
not
the
even,
container wasn't mine, but I couldn't get my witness to show up in court.
okay. Well, make sure that you don't let anybody in your car with open containers, because as you can see, they get you in trouble and they disappear.
Right.
Right. All right, sir. Get back to work and look in your email between now and tomorrow for your sentencing sheet, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I can be excused.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Your Honor.
Yes, Ms. Ross. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I got 71 people on the calendar today, and that's 4 pages of screen. I'm going case by case. So if you just keep yelling out, I'm here, Your Honor, hey, it just drives me nuts. So I'm going to go back over the calendar so that if some people have come on who weren't here initially, I will check for you. okay? But you can't just keep yelling out. Micah Smith Zegger,
Your Honor, he's on the Zoom call.
okay.
I'm
Mr.
here.
Zegger,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have an announcement, Mr. Kamani?
Your Honor, we are asking for a one-time continuance. We might be able to work this case out. I just need some paperwork to show it to Mr. Brooks. So basically, he's charged for commercial driving without a commercial driver's license, and he does not require a commercial driver's license.
Okay,
And-
Mr. Brooks, do you have an objection to this being continued?
It's a very old case. The state is ready if it need to be a trial. If Ms. Kamani's representation that we're going to be able to work it out, then I'll trust that we'll be able to work it out. But the state is ready if the court is inclined to call it.
All right, so Mr. Kamani, let's get that paperwork to Mr. Brooks, please. It's going to be continued to the next trial calendar, but let's get it cleaned up before then, okay?
Yes, sure, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to go back over the calendar. Aguirre, Nambo, that's a conflict. Barksdale, Mr. Barksdale, let me see you so we can go ahead and get your plea taken.
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Taylor, where's Mr. Taylor?
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, are you ready on Barksdale?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2019 CR 10429. Your criminal trespass. Your attorney has indicated you're entering a plea of guilty. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. On October the 21st of 2019, officers with Clayton County Police Department responded to incident location here in Clayton County regarding the disturbance. Officers made contact with Kesia Watts, who advised that during the course of argument with Marquise Barksdale, who she was in a relationship with. He did flip a living room table, broke the legs on the table, as well as a vase and a statue. This all occurred here within Clayton County. State's recommendation to the offense is 12 months to serve 30 days, balances to be suspended. The state did file a motion to revoke bond this calendar for November the 3rd, I believe. Given that he's entered the plea, that state will rescind that motion and allow this to stand.
Okay, does he have a turn-in date?
Your Honor, we would request that Mr. Barksdale be allowed to serve his remaining jail time on Mondays and Tuesdays, as he does the bulk of his work in 12-hour shifts on weekends.
All right, so he'll turn himself in on Sunday evening and be released on Tuesday evening?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, he has to do that 15 consecutive times. Are we clear on that?
Yes.
All right, so Miss.
I believe he might have some time already served on this matter. I messaged the classifications department, but have not heard the exact time already spent yet.
Well, I need to get it in there because if the jail is confused at all, then it's going to be an issue. So we need to know what the credit he should receive is.
Mr. Brooks, do you happen to have that on hand?
I'm looking at. He did 2 days.
Okay.
2?
Yes, ma'am. October 21st through October 23rd.
Okay, so he's going to do 14 consecutive Sunday night through Tuesday evenings. Miss Brenda, did you need anything else?
Just the date, Judge. Which
All
Sunday
right.
he's gonna turn his open?
is there any way to give me a little bit of time to handle some matters as far as, and then when you say Sunday evening, I actually get off on a Sunday at 6 o'clock. I work 12-hour shifts, 6 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon.
But you're gonna have to work it out with your job because the jail turning time is between 6 and 7. And I don't anticipate that you can make it from your job to the jail in less than an hour.
Can I turn myself in on Mondays and be released on Wednesdays? Because I'm off Monday through Thursday, but it's just I'm scheduled to do overtime.
That's fine. You can do Monday through and turn yourself in on Monday at 6 p.m. and be released on Wednesday at 6 p.m.
Okay, what is the turn-in time on Mondays? Because I would like to do it earlier than that.
I would like to do it earlier too, Mr. Barksdale, but I don't mess with the jail. They don't mess with me. I don't mess with them. So I've been told that the turn-in time is 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. That's all I know.
Okay.
All right. So Miss Brenda, it'll be Monday 6 p.m. to Wednesday 6 p.m. 14 consecutive times. And Mr. Barksdale. So once you get to the jail, they'll explain to you what you need. Less is more. Don't burden yourself down with a lot of stuff, and make sure you report on time, because if they have to send you back, then I'll hear that you did not show up and they won't take you. Okay.
All right.
All right. So anything else on Mr. Barksdale? Okay, you'll turn.
What date will he be turning himself in?
He's going to turn himself in on, I think November 5th is the next Sunday.
I think it's the.
Oh, I'm sorry, November.
October 30th. Yeah.
October 30th is the next one.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said Monday, right? If it's Monday, then it's October 31st.
Yeah, October 31st. That's good. You turn yourself in on October 31st. That'll give you a week. All right.
Am I free to go now, Judge?
Is Miss Watts was on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Is she free, Mr. Brooks?
She is, yeah.
All right. You may. Thank you, ma'am. All right. So Bell is on the bench trial calendar. Bridges is continued for an emergency. Shadrack Brown, we're going to continue that case. Mr. Barton has an emergency also, a medical emergency or medical issue. So Mr. Brown, Shadrack Brown, if you're still here, you're free to go at this time and you'll get notice for the next calendar. Shalonda Buchanan, Mr. Taylor, did you speak with Ms. Buchanan?
Yes, Your Honor. We would ask for a continuance in this case. There was a lot of evidence and action that was done in this case. And now that I'm back in contact with Ms. Buchanan, I need more time to go over all of her options and consequences with her. We can have it ready by the next calendar.
That is ready.
What is it what is it we ain't ready on? I'm sorry, you got the discovery and all of that. What's going on?
Having just come back into contact with this client, I need more time to go over all of the evidence and implications of the case with her. There's also I also need to go over the implications of the order on the motion from 2 years ago.
All right, we'll continue it. Ms. Buchanan?
Yeah.
It's very important, ma'am, that you stay in touch with your attorney. This case could have been resolved this week, but because you haven't been in touch with them, they didn't know how to get in touch with you. You got to keep in touch with your attorney, okay?
I will.
All right, so the case has been continued. You'll get notice.
Okay, thank you.
Ronald Leon Burden is a bench warrant. Ronald Leon Burden. Okay. Burns was a plea. Campbell was a plea. Anything on Castillo, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Castillo would like to enter a nolo plea to an amended charge of reckless driving.
All right, Mr. Castillo, come on up.
Your Honor, if the court would allow, I need a moment to amend the accusation.
Okay, that'll be count 3.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so hold on, Mr. Castillo. They're still working to amend. On Cook, that was a plea. Davis, you need Mr. Castaneda needs a breakout room with the state. Duplessis has been transferred. Edge, those cases have been resolved. Inaki was a no-show. That's a bench warrant. English, Mr. Taylor, what do you have on Mr. English?
Is Mr. English in the call or in the courtroom?
Yeah, he was here. He's here.
Oh,
Okay, Mariah's iPhone, if you're in the same room with Mr. English, one of y'all got to turn the phone off. Okay, so Mr. Taylor.
I just need a moment to conference with Mr. English.
Okay. All right, Hall, no pros. Hutchins, no pros. Jackson, no pros. Kiker, Mr. Edmonds, you needed a breakout room with the state on that case. I saw Ms. Kiker is here. Lewis, that case has been continued. Lopilo. Anyway, Mr. Meadows' case has been continued. McKnight is going to speak with the state. McPhee, all of those cases have been resolved. And Medius, that is on the next trial calendar. Ott, that's a bench warrant. Peggins wishes to speak with the state. Perry, Mr. Kuvo's case is on the next calendar. Mr.
Your Honor, Perry has two cases.
Kamani's case wishes to speak with the state. Sims, Mr. Kamani needs to speak with his attorney, with his client. Steed, it's a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Your Honor, Steed is in the courtroom, I believe.
Steed, LaWanda Steed. LaWanda Steed. Okay, Mr. Kamani.
Yes, Your Honor, I need to speak to her. I was unable to get in touch.
All right, okay. And Tillman wishes to speak with the state. Mr. Maloof, Turley is a conflict. White wishes to speak with the state. Mark White is a plea, and Zegger is continued. Okay, so let me set up the breakout rooms. For those of you who are here on the 11 o'clock calendar, just be patient. It's going to be a minute.
Your Honor, for the sake of cleaning up the calendar from the 10 o'clock, Agu Nambo, is that a bench warrant bond forfeiture as well?
Yeah, well, he's been deported, but yeah, we'll do a bench warrant bond forfeiture on that, is my understanding, until we know for sure.
All right.
All right, so I'm gonna do breakout rooms. So Mr. Brooks is in breakout room number 1. We're gonna go down the calendar. Mr. Studdard has already spoken with Mr. Brooks. Mr. Castaneda, which breakout room number 1.
Okay.
All right, if you are a witness on one of these cases, and you don't know what's going on, or you need some direction, please chat with Miss Maria Dillard. Then she can help you with that.
I don't know how to access the breakout room from a phone.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, it's easy.
Okay.
As soon as I find you, there you are. All right, so shoot. So you should see an announcement pop up. Wrong one. I'm sorry. Breakout room number 1. You should see it. It says join breakout room. Okay, wrong one. There you go. All right, he's in the breakout room, Mr. Brooks. That's Mr. Castaneda. Breakout room number 1. All right, and Mr. Kamani, Mr. Taylor, are you gonna go down to the breakout room to speak with? Well, I guess you have Mr. Edge that you need, Mr. English that you need to speak with first. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. English. Mr. Taylor's going to breakout room number 3. Mr. English is going in breakout room number 3.
Say, Mel. Go ahead, Mel.
Okay, the breakout room number 3. There you go. You should see that pop up, okay? And Mr. Kamani.
I have Sims.
I'm sorry?
Sims Antonio. I have 3 cases. Sims Antonio,
Yeah,
Lavanda.
you got Mr. Perry. You need to speak with the state and you need to speak with Mr. Sims. So I'll put you in breakout room number 4. All right, so Mr. Sims and Mr. Kamani are in breakout room number 4. All right, so there's only one Mr. Brooks, unfortunately. So I'm going to go down the list. Anybody who needs to speak with the state, I'm going to put you in a breakout room as he comes out from speaking with the previous individual. So, and if the attorneys need to speak with someone else once they come out, I'll move them around. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be pretty much the same if you were in court, but the beauty of this is that you actually get to be either at work or at home and you can do some stuff while you're waiting. All I ask is that you mute your device and that you pay attention, because if I call your name, I'm going to need to have you present and accounted for, okay? Ms. Moss, if you are a witness on the case, go ahead and chat to Miss Maria Dillard. Any witnesses on the case that have been called by the state, if the state solicitor's office sent you a message or a subpoena, then speak with Miss Dillard. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Tamika Williams, Victim Service Supervisor. Just want to let you know Maria is actually in the courtroom. So if they have any questions, they can chat me.
Oh, okay. Miss Tamika Williams is here. So if you have any questions, Miss Dillard's in the courtroom. Miss Williams is online. Thank you, Miss Williams.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
How do I speak to Miss Williams?
Okay, so do you know how to use the chat function?
I can figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Click next to your name, there should be a box either with 3 dots or something that says more. And when you click on those 3 dots, it should say chat. If you go into the box that says more, you should see chat. If you have a computer, then at the bottom of your screen, you'll see a little box that looks like a cartoon bubble. And then that's also the chat function.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And you're looking for specifically Miss Tamika Williams. There's 70 people on the call, so you don't want to talk to it. You don't want to send your information to everybody. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm finished conferencing with the state on Brandon Ricardo Davis, and if I could speak with him in a breakout room when you get a chance, thank you.
No problem. I can do that right now. So, Mr. Brandon Davis, I'm going to put you in a breakout room number 5 with Mr. Castaneda. Yes, all right. And Mr. Castaneda, I'm going to move you to breakout room number 5, and then I'm going to put the next person in with Mr. Brooks. All right, there we go. And All right, Mr. Edmonds, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 1 with Mr. Brooks.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There we go. All right.
And Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting. This is Brooke Waller with Overman and Overman. I wasn't sure if you called the Daryl Smith case.
I have not.
All right, thank you, Judge.
So we're still on, the calendars are pretty big. So we're still on the 11 o'clock calendar because I'm trying to get a lot of these cases taken care of. People are doing breakout rooms now. I have not called the Smith case, but I do see it on the calendar.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Sure.
It's on telling you ain't got no camera. Okay, unless you have to log in from your.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have an announcement in the Brandon Davis case, whenever you're ready.
Ready, Mr. Castaneda?
We're ready to proceed to trial. We would request that it be a bench trial.
Okay, we'll put you on the bench trial calendar. You'll get notice, and you and Mr. Davis are free to go at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Davis.
Okay, have a great one.
You too.
All right.
I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'd sit somewhere back here. Your Honor, I think we're ready to proceed on Kicker.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brooks, what was your announcement?
I believe we got a resolution on Mary Kiker.
All right. Ms. Kiker, may I see you, please? Mr. Edmonds? Oh, is he out of the breakout room?
I believe so, yeah. Let's see.
Hold on a second. Yeah. There, no, that's not.
He's not in the breakout room.
Yeah, I think he may have dropped the call. I don't see him on the list. All right, so we have a plea in that case, though, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so until they show up again, Mr. Edmonds, Mary Kiker. All right, I'm not hearing anything from either of them. Okay, Mr. McKnight is in the courtroom. So let me put you in the breakout room with Mr. Peggins. Mr. Peggins, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Brooks.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I have an announcement for Antonio Sims.
All right, Mr. Peggins, touch your screen. You should see the announcement. I mean, the invitation. Oh. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Kamani. You have an announcement for whom?
Mr. Sims.
Okay.
Your Honor, he wants to plead not guilty. However, Your Honor, he's not available this week for trial. So I'm requesting for a one-time continuance.
All right. All right, case will be continued to the next calendar. Mr. Sims. Where's Mr. Sims?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Sims, you're under a bond condition. So please make sure you adhere to the bond condition, even if the person who is on that bond condition contacts you, do not have any contact with them. Make sure that you keep a record of it for your attorney, but don't respond in any way. Because if you have contact with the person that's listed on the bond condition, you could be rearrested and you could stay in jail until your trial. And also you could be charged with an additional misdemeanors or a felony, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you're free to go at this time. Please, please, please make sure you keep in touch with your attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
All right, Mr. Kamani, did you need to speak with someone else who's on video, or did you need to go to the courtroom?
To the courtroom, Lavanda Steed. She's in the courtroom.
Okay. All right, so if you head to the courtroom, then you can speak with that Miss Steed.
Your Honor, can you put me in the breakout room with the courtroom?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you were here in the building. Okay, no problem.
Is Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, we have a resolution on Peggins.
Okay, hold on just a second. Mr. Kamani is going to the breakout room with the courtroom. Courtroom is going to breakout room number 4 with Mr. Kamani. All right. And Mr. Taylor, Mr. English is still in the breakout room. Is that intentional?
Yes, Your Honor. I just need a little breakout with the state.
Okay, well, that's gonna be hard to get for a few minutes. Hold on, Mr. Peggins, Mr. Brooks, you have an announcement on Peggins?
Yes, ma'am. We reached a resolution. It's gonna be a plea to count 2, count 1 will be non-prince.
Okay, all right, Mr. Peggins, is he back?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Peggins, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony that you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you can put your hand down. So Mr. Peggins, previously you were represented by Mr. Paul Dietrich, but it's my understanding that you have not, Mr. Dietrich is no longer in the case and you have decided to go forward on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. By entering a plea, Mr. Brooks, is he NOLO eligible for count 2?
It appears so.
Okay, by entering a plea of NOLO, sir, on the case 2019 CR 09108, count 1 is following too close, but you're entering a plea on no insurance, count 2. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Peggins?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Incident date, May 30th of 2019, officers with the Clayton County Police Department responded to an accident here in Clayton County between a motorcycle and a vehicle, car. Officers made contact with both drivers, identified Mr. Peggins as one of the drivers. He was the driver on the motorcycle. Officers did determine that the accident was the result of what they believed to be following too closely, and that Mr. Peggins didn't have any insurance on the vehicle. Officers wrote citations for both offenses. This case, given the age of this case, stays moving to a resolved case. A negotiated plea to count 2. Count 1 will be non-price. Count 2 is a $200 fine.
All right. So, Mr. Peggins, the fine is $200. It'll be $298 with the surcharges. And sir, did you need more than 30 days in which to pay that?
No, ma'am.
All right. So, sir, I'm going to ask you to chat your email address to Miss Brenda Castaneda.
Okay.
All right. You know how to use the chat function?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good. And just make sure you choose Brenda Castaneda. And once you send her your email, she's going to email you your sentencing sheet. It's going to tell you the date by which your payments should be made. And it's also going to give you information about paying online or by phone if you don't want to come down to the courthouse, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Ms. Cheryl Robinson is on the line. I believe she was the other driver involved in the collision. She is free to go as well.
All right, Ms. Robinson, you're free to go at this time. All right, Mr. Maloof needing a breakout room with the state.
Yes, ma'am, whenever you're ready.
All right, we're ready. I'm going to move you into breakout room number 1.
Thank you. How do I?
Okay, Mr. Edmonds, I see you're back. We lost you for a minute.
Yes, Your Honor, I jumped offline to speak with my client. We're ready to move forward with a plea on Mary Kiker.
Okay, so Mr. Maloof is in with Mr. Brooks. When Mr. Brooks come back out, we'll take the plea, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, he was needing to modify the accusation, so I'm not sure how long that takes.
All right, it shouldn't take long.
Thank you, Judge.
Can I make a brief announcement?
All right, who has an announcement?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bianca Calloway for Attorney Dwight Thomas. He's on the 11 o'clock calendar.
Okay.
Do you mind if I just pop in and make another announcement, in another courtroom, and come right back out?
Yes, ma'am. That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Peggins, once you send your email in the chat, you're free to go, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, are you on the line?
All right, Your Honor, we have a resolution on Tillman.
All right,
She'll be entering a plea to count 1, counts 2 and 3 will be null process. Count 1 is disorderly conduct offense.
all right. Guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Tillman, where's Ms. Tillman? So we'll do Ms. Tillman and then we'll move to Ms. Kiker. Ms. Tillman? I don't see her. Is she in the courtroom or is she on the online?
She's online, Your Honor. I'm texting her right now to say maybe she stayed in that breakout room.
Okay. All right, so
So-
Ms. Kiker, let's go ahead and do Ms. Kiker while we're waiting. Ms. Kiker, Mr. Edmonds?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Kiker, can I see you?
Yes. How do I do that? I'm sorry.
All right, touch your screen. Do you see something that looks like an old-fashioned video camera?
Got it.
All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right. You're with your attorney, Mr. Edmonds, who's also on the Zoom. You can put your hand down. Mr. Edmonds, what is your client plea in the case of 2019 CR 09897, unauthorized weapon, reckless conduct, weapons carried concealed, and no permit?
And count 5 is county DC, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, count
Count
5.
5 is county disorderly conduct.
All right. Okay, by entering a plea of guilty to the county disorderly, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. On incident date, June the 16th of 2019, officers with the Atlanta Police Department working at checkpoint in the restricted access area of the Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport did find a handgun, a .380 caliber pistol, serial number PK4393, in the purse of passenger, Ms. Kiker. Officers did determine she didn't have a carry permit to allow her to stow the firearm in her vehicle. She was arrested and taken into custody for the offense that are listed on the accusation. Ms. Kiker has no prior criminal history and initially was referred to the pretrial diversion program and did enter into the pretrial diversion program. She completed certain classes. She did fail to complete the community service aspect of the pretrial diversion program and was returned to court for failure to complete the community service. Given that she has no prior history, they did agree to allow her to do a county disorderly conduct with a recommendation of 40 hours community service on the county DC.
Well, she didn't do the community service under the pretrial intervention. Is she going to do it under the county DC?
I think the court has more teeth than the state's pretrial diversion program.
Okay, is there just an inability to do it or an unwillingness to do it? Because that's two different things. Mr. Edmonds?
I can speak to that, Judge, and I appreciate it. She had done some of the community service hours, and because of COVID, She lives in rural Dalton, Georgia, way up north. There wasn't any way to physically do community service for quite some time. And then the diversion program was allowing for participants to purchase Walmart gift cards in lieu of community service, but it got to be pretty expensive, close to $700 or $800.
Not my program. I don't get to say.
Right. So she's done some of the community service. We're going to be able to have her finish that now. I think it just was a case where we weren't really sure if she was in diversion anymore or not after all this time. And she's ready to complete it now, Your Honor.
So under the county disorderly, Ms. Kiker, you'll be on probation for 6 months. Your probation will terminate as soon as you present evidence of having completed the 40 hours of community service, and you'll present that through probation. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to explain everything that you need to know about probation. Please ask her any questions that you might have. Failure to appear is a way to get rearrested for so you want to make sure that you appear for your probation reports, but as quick as you can, once you do the community service, then your probation will terminate and you no longer have to appear. Okay.
Your Honor, additionally, she is to forfeit the firearm that was retained by the APD.
Okay.
That's a .380 caliber pistol, serial number PK4393.
We don't object to that.
All right. So Ms. Kiker, I'll put you in a breakout room. You go into the breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. You do not have to come back to the main room. Once you finish speaking with Mrs. Thomas, you'll be free to go. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Edmonds. If you don't have anything else on the calendar, you're free to go at this time.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, and for Mr. Maloof, is your client back?
I believe she is, Your Honor.
All right, what's she listed under?
Her name, it's Miss Tillman, Kalima Tillman.
Oh,
I'm here.
All right, so Ms. Tillman, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony that you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down by entering a plea of guilty to count 1. You give up the right. I'm sorry, this is case 2019 CR 09242. Count 1 is disorderly conduct. Count 2 is criminal trespass, and count 3 is simple assault. This is state disorderly conduct, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, by entering a plea of guilty to count 1, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Ms. Tillman, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. On October 3rd, 2019, officers with Clayton County Police Department responded to the leasing office of Laurel Point Apartments in reference to a resident being irate. Officers made contact with the leasing manager who advised that the defendant came to the leasing office, did use certain explicitives at and to the leasing manager. As well, she was asked to leave. She did not, and did and ultimately was arrested for the offenses on the accusation. Your Honor, we've come to a resolution on the matter. She's, as my understanding, she's entering a plea to count 1 to disorderly conduct. Offense counts 2 and 3 are being null-pros. She was taken into custody and did serve 24 hours. This happened in 2019, and since that time, she has gone to therapy with a therapist by the name of D. Boner of the Family Ties Therapy Services. And so the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve 24 hours. She's been credited with time served. The balance is to be suspended upon her not returning to the Laurel Point apartment. I understand
She's not living there anymore, right?
she is not, Your Honor. And the Laurel Point Apartments address is 228 Morrow Road, Forest Park, Georgia, 30297.
Right. So, okay, Mr. Maloof, anything on behalf of Ms. Tillman?
Judge, that was negotiated. That was actually negotiated prior to the pandemic. We would ask the court to accept that. The only thing I would note is that Ms. Tillman did have a legitimate reason for being there and to be upset, but it did go a little overboard on this. She certainly learned from her lesson.
Ms. Tillman, if I pop my cork with everybody that gave me a reason, man, let me tell you, I'm glad you got this taken care of. Ain't no problem with going to therapy and learn some tools about anger management. It's a good thing. So I appreciate that. I'm going to accept your plea. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 24 hours credit for time served, balance suspended as long as you don't go back to Laurel Point Apartments. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Take care, ma'am. Thank you.
Judge, may I be excused? That conducts
Yes, Mr. Maloof. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So we have a plea for Mr. Is it Castillo?
Castillo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Give me.
He's in the courtroom. Mr. Brooks, were you able to amend?
I had not, Your Honor, but I can do that as we're speaking.
You sure?
I'm gonna try, Your Honor. I'm trying my very best.
Mr. Brooks, this is old school. We rolling like we did in magistrate court. All right, Mr. Castillo, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir. So, Mr. Castillo, if I ask you to repeat something, please don't be mad at me. The audio in the courtroom is horrible. But sir, you're before the court on case 2019 CR 10418. Alejandro Castillo, you're before the court for driving under the influence, open container, and reckless driving. Is my understanding you're entering a plea to count 3 as amended, reckless driving. Mr. Taylor, what is your client plead to the offense of reckless driving?
Mr. Castillo would like to enter a nolo contendere plea.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Castillo?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. One moment. Your Honor, on your side, you should see a amended accusation.
Okay. All right. I'm ready to go forward just on, the recommendations and the facts.
On September the 18th of 2019, officers with Clayton County Police Department arrived at the intersection of Holiday Boulevard and Windview regarding a suspicious vehicle. Officers made contact with the driver of the vehicle, who they observed asleep at the wheel. There was a passenger who was also asleep in the back of the vehicle. The vehicle was on. The driver was slumped over the wheel. The engine was still on. They did, as they made contact, smell the odor of alcohol, and did attempt to do DUI investigation. There was admissions of drinking. However, the officers did not do standardized field sobriety evaluations, as the vehicle was found at a residential address. And for other reasons, the officers noted they could not perform a complete DUI investigation. As such, the officers ultimately did place the defendant under arrest for DUI. After review of the facts, state did make a determination that the better charge is reckless driving, and the recommendation is 12 months probation, $500 fine, completed drug and alcohol evaluation, and treatment should be necessary. No drugs and alcohol during the course of probation, random screens, complete a risk reduction program, and complete 40 hours of community service. To the open container offense, that is a $200 fine. The DUI count 1 is being authorized.
All right, so Mr. Taylor, anything on behalf of Mr. Castillo?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Castillo. So, sir, you got to be really careful out there because you could kill yourself or you could kill somebody else. This is on the reckless driving count 3. I'll send you to 12 months probation, a fine in the amount of $500. The fine is going to be $737.50 total with the surcharges. You're subject to, you're going to take a substance abuse evaluation and any treatment they may order. You're to have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation. You're subject to random screens for alcohol and drugs. You'll take a risk reduction course and do 40 hours of community service. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is our probation expert. She's going to explain everything you need to know about probation. But the most important thing is if you fail to report to probation, then an arrest warrant will issue and you'll be arrested. So the most important part is to make sure that you are reporting to probation as directed. So I'm putting the courtroom in breakout room number 6 with Mrs. Thomas. And you can enter there now. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Castillo, once you've spoken with Mrs. Thomas, you'll be free to go. You don't have to come back to the main room, okay? All right, so the next person who needed to speak with Mr. Brooks was on English. Mr. Fernando English. Mr. Taylor, did you say you needed to speak with Mr. Brooks?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and then Mr. Kamani also needs to speak with Mr. Brooks.
Your Honor, this is Attorney Joe Todd. I also need to speak with Mr. Brooks. I have a case on the 11 o'clock calendar.
All right, I'll put you in the queue, Mr. Todd.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, this is Karen Pass. I was gonna see if I could make an announcement.
Sure, Ms.
Mr.
Pass.
Carroll. Hi, I have to drive to Cobb Superior, so I wanted to, can't do both. On Mr. Carroll's case, last time we were on there, there was a motion for discovery filed way back when. I didn't get that. I just missed, I think it was Ms. Ben. She did send me the recommendation, but I still haven't gotten the discovery. The case search shows that it was sent out way back then, but I never received it. So I'm not sure where that went.
So what Mr. Brooks's office has been doing is if you didn't get the electronic discovery that they sent out, they'll make a hard copy available to you. You just have to call his office and make an appointment to pick it up.
Okay.
All right, and we'll continue this case to the next trial calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'll get that discovery. I didn't know that was how it worked, but I will definitely get that, and may Mr. Carroll be excused as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Carroll, Ms. Pass, you can be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Judge
All right.
Byron Morgan on behalf of Lakema Howard. Judge, I think, actually, I think her name is probably wrong. It's on the 11 o'clock calendar. If I could make an announcement as well. I have received discovery, except it didn't contain the police report. So I need the police report, obviously.
Okay, well, when Mr. Brooks gets back, we'll ask him about that.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, can you also put me in the breakout room with Mr. Brooks?
With Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, no problem. All righty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I know it's taken a little long, but it would take longer if we were in the courtroom or about the same time. So I'll call the 11 o'clock calendar once Mr. Brooks is back and we get some announcements on the other cases, and then we can move forward. Mr. Brooks is the only solicitor, so that's the issue. If there was another person, then we could really switch off and it'd be a little easier.
Okay.
Back from the breakout room, Your Honor.
At the court's pleasure, stage ready to speak to whomever is next.
We have announcements.
Mr. Brooks, you have announcements? You ready on something?
Yes, ma'am.
It says announcements.
Okay.
Mr. English would like to enter a plea of nolo to reckless driving and the traffic violation or traffic device violation.
Okay. Mr. English?
No.
Where are you, sir? Mr. English?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. All right, you can put your hand down, sir. You're before the court on 2019 CR 10699 for Fernando Antonio English. You're represented by Mr. Taylor, who's present. You're entering a plea of nolo to count 1, reckless driving. Count 2, too fast for conditions will be no pros. Count 3, you're entering a plea of traffic control device violation. That's a nolo. On counts 4 and 5, no insurance and license not on persons. Those will be no pros. By entering these pleas, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
I do.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please. Before you do that, Mr. Brooks, do you have any objection to continuing Mr. Velasquez Perez's case on the 11 o'clock calendar? It's the last one. I think Mr. Mr. Wood anticipates that there's another case and he wants to resolve them both together.
No, Your Honor.
All right, so that'll be continued. Mr. Wood, you're free to go at this time.
Yeah, Honor, before continue, can you put me in a breakout room with Mr. Perry? So I can, Jabari Perry.
Oh, okay, no problem. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brooks, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. On October 27, 2019, officers with the Clayton County Police Department responded to a crash in the area of Highway 42 and I-675 ramp. Officers made contact with 3 drivers who were involved in and 3 vehicles who were involved in a collision. Identified Mr. English as one of the drivers, driving a Chevy Impala. Officer did determine that he was an at-fault driver, driving too fast for conditions off of the ramp, traveling at speeds in excess of 65 miles per hour, thus causing the collision. They do believe that he did fail to obey a traffic control device as well. During the course of the investigation, officers did determine that he didn't have proof of insurance, nor did he have his license on his person. He was charged for all of the offenses noted on the accusation. State's recommendation to the reckless driving offense is 12 months probation, a $1,000 fine. He's to complete a defensive driving course. State has no objection to termination upon completion. To too fast for conditions that emerge into the reckless driving offense. To the red light violation, that's a $200 fine. It counts 4 and 5 are being no points.
All right, anything on behalf of Mr. English, Mr. Taylor?
We would just request that probation be terminated on completion of the fines and defensive driving course.
All right, Mr. English, pull your camera down some because all I see is the top of your hat. Okay, so Mr. English, slow down. You're not a trained NASCAR driver. You could kill somebody. You had a collision. You're lucky that you survived and you're lucky the other person survived. So I'm going to accept your plea of nolo to reckless driving on count 2. That will merge. Count 3 is going to be nolo to traffic control device violation, and counts 4 and 5 will be no pros. I'll sentence you on count 1 to 12 months probation, a fine in the amount of $1,000. It's actually going to be $1,420 with the surcharges, and you're to take a drive. I'm sorry.
You said I'm to take a defensive driving course, right?
Right, but it's called a driver improvement course. And so when you go, I don't want you to just Google something because we don't accept everything. What you need to do is go on to the website for the Georgia Department of Driver Services, and they have a pull down menu for they call it driver improvement courses now. So you'll take one of those. They have a specific form that we look for. So once you present that specific form and you pay the fines and fees, then your probation can terminate. On count 3, it's a fine in the amount of $200 with the surcharges. That's going to be a total of $298. I'll run that concurrent with count 1. So you'll pay that during the same probationary period. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to explain everything that you need to know for probation. But the one thing you really, really need to know is that if you fail to appear for your probation reports, an arrest warrant could issue. Did you have any questions for me or your attorney, Mr. English?
No, ma'am. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
All right. How old are you, Mr. English?
24.
Slow down, because you could have killed yourself or somebody else. You got me?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Thank you.
right. All right. So I'm going to put you in the breakout room number 6. All right. And once you're finished speaking with Mrs. Thomas, you don't have to come back to the main room. You'll be free to go at that time.
All right. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
All right. You too, sir. All right. So, Mr. Kamani, did you have an announcement? Mr. Kamani, okay, who's the iPhone? So anybody with iPhone or the name of your phone or your name plus the phone, your first name plus phone, that's not helpful to me because I can't tell that you're here. And I have like, it's gone down. I had 70 something people on the calendar. I have like 50 now. But if you don't put your name on the screen, I don't know who you are or where you fit into all of this. So please, if you don't know how to do it, let me know that you don't know how to change your name. But otherwise, if you just an iPhone, I don't know whose iPhone it is unless I see your first and last name. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Kamani, did you have an announcement on Perry? Well, I guess he's still in the breakout room. All right. So the last couple of cases, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Javon White, who's on video, wanted to speak with you about his case. And I know there was another gentleman who was in the courtroom who wanted to speak with you. So I'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. White, and then we'll do the 11 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hold on, ma'am. Let's see. All right, Mr. White, you're in breakout room number 1 with Mr. Brooks, okay? Breakout room number 1. All right, so someone else just messaged me that they don't know how to do this. Rodnisha Lovejoy. Okay, your name is added unless that's not your name. I'm talking about the people who have just iPhone or Mariah iPhone or something like that. If you don't know how to change your name to something that corresponds with my calendar, then just let me know. All right.
Judge Keith Daniels, I don't see my name on the thing.
Okay. Hold on a second, Mr. Daniels. Speak for me one more time.
Keith.
Got you. I see you. And it does say Keith Daniels. Yes, Miss Lovejoy. You raised your hand. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know y'all are all
You answered my question, sir.
Oh, okay. Y'all are all anxious and everything, but like I said, this goes a little slower because we just have one solicitor who's working with everybody. And so that's the only state's attorney we have, and everybody has to take a turn. When he comes back, I'm going to call the calendar so maybe I can get some of these announcements made before I have to start doing another round of breakout rooms. Mr. Kamani, did you have an announcement for Mr. Perry?
Yes, Your Honor. He's going to plead no to count 1.
Okay. As soon as Mr. Brooks comes back, then we can go ahead and take his plea.
And Your Honor, I have another case, Lavanda Steed. I've already spoken to her, and I'm waiting on Mr. Brooks to confirm if he wants to dismiss the case or not.
Okay, so plea of no to count 1 for Mr. Perry.
Right.
It's the only count, I'm sorry, on this case.
Correct.
All right, so we'll be back in a moment.
I'm still in this damn shit. That's cool. Just let me know. That's cool. Just let me know. But
Your Honor, we got a resolution on Mr. White's case.
All right, Mr. White. What's the resolution, Mr. Brooks?
Mr. White will be entering a plea to the suspended license offense.
All right, what's his plea? He's not NOLO eligible?
He's not, Your Honor. This is the second.
All right, Mr. White. Mr. White.
Yeah, ma'am.
All right, I need you to get to a place where it's a little bit quieter for me.
Your Honor, hold on. Yeah, I'll take that back. I think he actually would be eligible for NOLO.
Okay. Mr. White, good news. You're eligible to take a NOLO plea if you want to do that. That'll save you from having the suspension of your license. Frozen now. Mr. White?
I plead NOLO.
All right. Okay, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. White, you have, you can put your hand down. You've decided to represent yourself in this case. Is that correct?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. So by entering a plea of NOLO to driving on a suspended or revoked license, 2019 CR 04299, you give up the right to have a trial. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt and the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And Mr. White, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, ma'am. On incident date March 6, 2019, troopers, Georgia State Patrol, doing traffic enforcement in the area of Terra Boulevard and Johnson Road. They observed the vehicle, ran a tag, returned with driver being license suspended. They initiated a traffic stop on that vehicle, identified driver being Mr. Javon White. During the course of the encounter, officers did ultimately place the driver under arrest for the offense of driving on suspended license. This all occurred here in Clayton County. State's recommendation. This incident having happened in 2019. It looks like Mr. White's last offense for driving while license suspended was 2015. So we're right outside of the 5-year window. So this would be a first and 5. State's recommendation initially was going to be $1,000, but it looks like it's a $500 recommendation. He is NOLO eligible.
All right, so sir, the fine is $500, $737.50 with the surcharges. And do you need more than 60 days to pay that?
Yeah, ma'am.
So, okay, so I can give you 60 days without putting you on probation, but if you're gonna need more time, I'll have to put you on 12 months pay only probation. Did you want to do that? Okay, so
yes, ma'am.
the pay only probation is that as soon as you've paid the fines and fees, your probation will terminate. So that's the only thing you do is have to report and you have to pay. But as quick as you pay it off, then you can stop reporting and stop paying, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to explain everything about probation. And then once you finish speaking with her, you'll be finished with us. You don't have to come back, okay?
Okay.
All right, so Mr. White, hold on a second. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Ask her any questions you think you might need to know the answer to, okay?
Yeah, ma'am. So, Your Honor, my license still good, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and get whatever that is happening to you. Get that straight, okay?
Yeah, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Go into the breakout room for me.
Okay.
So, Mr. Perry, Jabari Perry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, raise your right hand for me.
Mm-hmm.
Solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 02765, a no-low plea to criminal trespass. Your attorney is here, Mr. Kamani. By entering this plea, you give up the right to have a trial. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and you give up the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf and to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, ma'am. On July 26, 2019, officers with the Plain County Police Department responded to incident location 9163 Claude Court here in Clayton County regarding property damage. Officers made contact with the victim of the accusation, Ms. Farrah Williams, who advised that her child's father had keyed her vehicle. She observed him do this. He was ultimately arrested for the same. This all occurred here within Clayton County. State's recommendation, is 12 months to serve, 72 hours. He was in custody from December the 25th through from February 25th of 2020 through February 28th of 2020. We do not have a request for restitution to my knowledge. May I sound for the victim of the accusation, Your Honor?
You may.
Farrah Williams. Farrah Williams. Okay. No request being known at this time. That's the state's recommendation.
Okay, credit time served.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Perry, where are you? Mr. Perry, there's better ways to handle situations with the mother of your child. Because if you act up, then you're just teaching your children it's okay to act up. We clear?
We clear.
She the mother of your child. You should have some respect for her just for that, for no other reason that she carried your child. We clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. So I'm going to accept your plea of nolo. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 72 hours, credit for time served, balance suspended as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. Okay, your other case, just keep in touch with Mr. Kuvo about that, okay?
Will do.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I do realize I have one more case on the calendar for the 10 o'clock, but I'm going to call the 11 o'clock calendar. Opialua Adebayo. Mr. Sutherland's case. Adebayo. Mr. Studdard was here earlier. Is he still here? Is he gone?
He's on the screen, and I see his name, but I don't see his camera.
Is this Mr. Adebayo in court?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Adebayo, Mr. Studdard. We'll hear from Mr. Studdard in a moment. Donovan Gordon Blackson, Lister Holton Dennis. Donovan Gordon Blackson.
Yes, Your Honor. The state and I had discussed a continuance for this defendant as we need a little more time to gather some exculpatory evidence.
All right, any objection, Mr. Brooks?
None, Your Honor. We have a witness who's on leave as well, and we did discuss this case last week. So.
All right, that'll be continued to a calendar to be determined. Cortland Cedric Burke. Cortland Burke.
State's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Burke, your case is being dismissed. You're free to go at this time, sir. Thank you.
Oh, really?
Mr. Burke? Yes. They don't let me lie when I wear the robe.
I'm so sorry. I was asleep.
That's okay. Nobody believes me when I say the case is dismissed. They're like, wait, what? Is this a trick? No, it's not. You're free to go at this time, sir. All right.
Thank you so much.
Stop at them stop signs.
Yes, ma'am. My wife told me to.
Okay. Well, then that's a higher authority than me.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all have a good one.
You do the same. Ms. O'Neill Kamaras?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So, ma'am, you're represented by Lister Holton Dennis. Who's representing Ms. Portia O'Neill Kamaras?
Attorney Taylor, Your Honor. Ms. Kamaras would like to enter a nolo plea to count one only.
All right. All right, Ms. Kamaras, give me a minute and we'll be right back to take your plea. Jimmy Carroll, that case has been continued. Keith Allen Daniels, Lister Holton Dennis.
Does the state have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, that's gonna be an all-cross.
I'm here, Doc, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Daniels, I got you. Mr. Daniels, your case has been no pros. If you have any questions about it, you can talk to your attorney later on, okay? It's dismissed. You're free to go. Mr. Daniels?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Lakia Bianca Daniels?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right, so Miss Lakia Daniels is represented by Lister Holton Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor, we had just received the discovery packet last week. I believe the state had asked originally for a special setting of this for trial.
All right, if so, then that's gonna be January. Miss Val, special setting.
Okay.
Yeah, Your Honor, it's a vehicle crimes case that has a number of witnesses, some of which are out of state, but if we can get a date certain, we can confirm their presence.
Okay, so we're talking about at least the January calendar, and we'll get you a date certain.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Miss Daniels, you're free to go. Please keep in touch with your attorney.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Rashawn Elena Davis.
Miss Davis is in the call.
Rashawn Elena Davis, Lister Holton Dennis.
Good morning. Good afternoon, I'm sorry.
Okay, Miss Davis is present.
Miss Davis would like to enter a negotiated guilty plea to
All right.
driving is suspended.
All right, Miss Davis, hold on a second. Let me call some more cases and I'll be right back to you to take these pleas, okay? All right. Hubert Haraz Jenkins, Lister Holton Dennis.
Mr. Dinkins is present on the call. Mr. Dinkins would like to enter a NOLO plea to theft by taking in public drunk.
Okay, all right, Mr. Dinkins, hold on a second, we'll get you. Mariah Takia Dorsey.
There's no moving on across that, Your Honor.
All right, that case is no pros. Miss Dorsey has a second case that was no pros of reckless conduct that was no pros earlier. So Mr. Todd, did you have
Yes, sir.
another case on the calendar?
No, that's the only one I had, Your Honor.
All right, so those two cases for Miss Dorsey have been no pros.
Your Honor.
Oh wait, there's a third, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So case number 5170 is being non-press. Case
I'm here
number.
I got you, ma'am, hold on.
Case number 00913 has already been non-press.
Right.
Mr. Todd's case is 06164. The state's announcement on the case is ready. However, I need to conference. We may have a resolution outside the trial, Your Honor. I need to speak with Mr. Todd first.
Okay. All right, so I'll put you in a breakout room, Mr. Todd, in a moment. Give me a minute. Candace Devaney Duffy.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Duffy would like to enter a guilty plea to an amended count of county disorderly.
Okay.
And I don't know that I've done that yet, Your Honor. If you would allow me a moment.
All right, so I'll continue to call the calendar. So we're amending to county disorderly. That'll be 9.
Yes, ma'am. I think I may have done it at the last calendar, but I just need to confirm.
That's fine, just check. Isaiah Moshe Dunstan.
I am here.
All right, Mr. Dunstan is present. Mr. Dunstan, you don't have an attorney listed for you, but you have a driving on a suspended or revoked license, invalid registration, and no tag expired or invalid tag. The driving on a suspended or revoked license, if this is not your first in 5, and you do not have a NOLO available to you, it could suspend your license if it is currently active, okay? Did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or did you wish to speak directly with the state to see what you could work out?
No, I'm gonna represent myself.
All right, are you over the age of 21, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'll put you in a breakout room with the state in a moment, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Daryl Andre Exum, Lister Holton Dennis.
I'm in no pressure.
All right, thank you. Christopher Michael Farrell.
Not been able to get in
Present, Your
touch.
Honor.
Oh, he's
Mr.
on the Zoom call, Your Honor. I'll need a
Where's-
breakout.
All right, Mr. Farrell, where are you? Oh, I see
Right
you.
here.
All right, so Mr. Farrell, you're gonna have a breakout room with your attorney, Mr. Kamani, okay?
Okay, how do I do that?
Hold on, I'm gonna set all that up. When it's time, you'll just push a button, okay? All right,
Okay,
Rita Lavette
okay.
Foster.
Your Honor, Ms. Foster is on the Zoom call, and I'll need a breakout room.
Okay. Christopher Freeman, this is Thomas Florio's case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Freeman, has anybody heard from Mr. Florio? What's going on with this case?
I
We have-
thought I saw him on earlier, yeah.
Judge, he was on earlier. I haven't seen him in the last 45 minutes or an hour.
Okay, so he maybe stepped into another courtroom. Hold on, Mr. Freeman. He should be back or send us a message or something.
Okay.
All right, Reginald.
I'll call him if you want me to.
All right, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Reginald Bartomeo Fuller, Reginald Fuller, David Schnipper.
Emergency conflict was filed, Judge.
Oh, conflict, okay. All right, so if Mr. Fuller is on, you're free to go at this time. Your attorney has filed a conflict. Anita Lynn Hammett. I see her. Ms. Hammett, you're charged with following too close. So I do not see an attorney representing you. Are you going to be representing yourself, ma'am?
No, I wasn't given an attorney.
All right. Did you need to have an attorney appointed to you?
Probably. I'd like to talk to the state to see what they recommend.
Okay, so you would like to talk to the state. I'll allow you to do that. All right, just hold on a second. We'll set that up. Eric Dwayne Hightower, Lister Holton Dennis.
That's gonna be a no pressure.
All right.
Here, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Hightower, your case has been no pros. You're free to go at this time.
All right, thank you.
All right, Lakima, Beniche Lakima Howard.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
All
Your
right.
Honor, that's my case. This is the one that I had made an announcement on earlier that I've gotten discovery, but it didn't include the police report.
Mr. Brooks, I didn't want to say anything until you knew what was going on, because I don't know what the policy is with that.
Just a moment, yeah.
All right, and Miss Lovejoy, was she here on another case as a witness? Miss Williams, do you know if Miss Ronisha Lovejoy was here for somebody? All right, Miss Lovejoy, hold on. If possible, then Miss Williams will let me know if it's okay to release you, or Mr. Brooks. And when Mr. Brooks comes back, we'll continue.
It was Adebayo.
Oh,
You called his name at 11 a.m.
Yes, ma'am. He's actually here, and so is his attorney. Mr. Studdard, you're here, correct? Thought I saw Mr. Studdard. Mr. Adebayo's in
Yes,
the
Judge.
courtroom.
I'm here.
All right, Mr. Adebayo is in the courtroom. Mr. Studdard is here by video. And Miss Lovejoy, don't leave just yet. Let me get information from the state, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
So it looks like discovery was sent on November 24th, 2020. It's still stapled as a whole package, so I'm not sure.
That's true, and I got the stuff on November, whenever that date was, but it didn't include the police report.
That's what I'm saying. It's still stapled as a whole package with the police report in it.
I didn't get the police report, Charles.
Okay.
I'll come by and pick it up. That's fine.
That's what I was just gonna suggest.
All right, so y'all work that out. I'll continue it to the next trial calendar.
Can you give me some
or
idea?
you can notice.
Can you give me some idea when that'll be, Judge?
I cannot.
Okay. As to Mr. Florio, he asked me to announce that he is still in Judge Mack's courtroom.
Oh, okay. Well,
He had sent a conflict letter and he's still in Judge Mack's court.
all right, that's fine. I'll put down a conflict for him. Let's see.
Mr. Moore.
All right, hold on, Mr. Freeman. I'll get back to you in a second, okay? Tyrone Anthony Hunter.
That's gonna be a non-profit.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Brooks was trying to tell me something, Judge. I'm sorry.
All right, I'm trying to run a calendar here and I'm an hour and a half behind. So if y'all could chat to each other, that'd be fine.
I'll talk to him later, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, so Tyrone Hunter, the driving on a suspended or revoked license, the dog case and then the license case, which are you no problem both, Ms. Brooks?
The non-process, the dog bite case, that's 2020 CR 01196.
I got it. Okay, so Mr. Who's got Mr. Hunter?
Your Honor, that's my case. I haven't been able to establish contact.
Okay, so bench warrant, bond forfeiture. All right, and Diamond Deshae Jackson, that's Lister Holton Dennis.
Your Honor, I wasn't able to establish contact.
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
And Judge, I assume my client and I may be excused.
You may, thank you. We'll
Thank
send
you,
you
Your Honor.
notice. Belinda Jean-Louis. She was on the traffic calendar and I think, what happened on the traffic calendar?
She entered the plea, Your Honor.
She did. Okay, so that case is over. All right. And Aaron Shervon Jones Jr.
That's gonna be a non-pressure.
All right. I like you, Mr. Brooks, just being all reasonable and foolishness. Look at you. Patrick Wesley Jones.
You can deal, Your Honor.
All right.
I just wanted to know Mr. Brooks' announcement.
The stage is ready.
Your Honor, we are ready as well.
Okay, so Patrick Wesley Jones is ready. All right, so. Okay, Babatunde Carmen Lebiran.
Your Honor, I wasn't able to establish contact.
Babatunde Lebiran. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Soraya Nicole Lane. Soraya Nicole Lane.
Your Honor, not able to establish contact.
State request bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Hello,
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture granted. Who's that?
this is the victim. I showed up today.
All right, on which
So-
case, ma'am?
Miss Roberts, Miss Dillard will be in contact with you. The case, she failed to appear, so just stay in contact with Miss Dillard, okay?
Okay, well, if y'all will text me as before, that would be awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, ma'am, you're free to go at this time. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, Deontay Vashon Leaks.
Your Honor, I wasn't able to establish contact.
Deontay Leaks. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Armando Perales. Steve Fry.
Judge, you want to put that with his other case that's on,
Excuse me, Deontay Vashon Leaks.
Okay, Mr. Leaks, you're here.
Yes.
All right, so who's, Mr.
Honor.
Kamani?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll speak to him.
Breakout room. Okay, hold on, Mr. Leaks, don't go anywhere. All right, and Perales, Miss, Val, you said he was wanting to put this on another calendar?
Perales have a case on November 9th, and he filed a waiver, but he wants to put them two together, and he's going to speak with the state. He said for a resolution.
Okay, and are both on November 9th?
Right now, he has another case, both, it's two cases. One is on November 9th, and this one, he wants them two together.
Okay, so we can both put this one on November 9th is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
He want to speak with the state.
That's fine. He can talk to them at another time. Jeffrey Eugene Raphael. Jeffrey Eugene Raphael. Laura Wester is the attorney. I don't have anything from either of them. Bench warrant. Deshira Linnell Rumpf. Mr. Walker.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Walker here on behalf of Ms. Rump. 1 second. Yes.
All right, Mr. Brooks.
Stage radio. It's I believe it looks like something we should be able to resolve outside of trial though.
Yeah, I think it is, Your Honor. I just have to get a chance to speak with my client, also just verify she has some paperwork. That's the only thing, and I think we can possibly get it resolved based on me and Mr. Brooks' previous conversation.
Okay, I can put you in a breakout room with Ms. Rumpf right now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Breakout room number 5, Mr. Walker and Ms. Rumpf. All right, Ms. Rumpf, Mr. Walker, breakout room number 5. Okay.
It looks like
Yes.
Jeffrey Raphael case got no cross on 10/18.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Val. All right. Daryl Dexter Smith, Antonio Stanfield is the attorney.
Your Honor, Brooke Waller actually in for Mr. Stanfield at the moment. It's my understanding that Mr. Stanfield has not received discovery on this yet.
Okay, Mr. Brooks.
I know, just going out, y'all. Give me just a moment. This is Smith.
Yes.
Yes, it went out January 21st of 2021.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Waller, the discovery was propounded on January 21st of 2021.
January 21st, 2021.
Mhm.
We are checking, Judge. Apologies.
Okay, thank you. Patricia Teagle.
Your Honor, I've not been able to establish contact.
Patricia Teagle. Last call, Patricia Teagle. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Judge, can we find out to whom the discovery was sent in the Smith case?
Sure, send a chat to Mr. Brooks and y'all can talk about it while I continue to call the calendar.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Dwight Lowell Thomas, Ms. Callaway, Bianca Callaway. Dwight Lowell Thomas. All right, she was here earlier. Zibion Wanye Tyson.
Conflict was following that, Judge.
Conflict, okay. Okay, and the last was Velasquez Perez. That case is continued. So, Miss Camaras. All right, raise your right hand for me, ma'am. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
Okay, you're before the court on 2019 CR 07144. You're represented by Mr. Wesley Taylor, who's with you on this call. You're before the court for a stop or yield sign violation and 2 counts of obstruction of an officer. The stop or yield sign violation, you're entering a plea of nolo. Counts 2 and 3 will be no pros. By entering this plea, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
I do understand.
Okay. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
On incident dates, June 27, 2019, officers with the Lovejoy Police Department doing traffic enforcement in the area of La Costa Drive and Hampton, East Lovejoy Road. Officers observed the vehicle failed to come to a complete stop. I did initiate a traffic stop, identified a driver named Miss O'Neill Camaras, and issued a citation for the same. This all occurred here within Clayton County. State's recommendation to the stop sign of violation is a $50 fine. The obstruction offenses have been no price.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, does your client need more than 30 days to pay the fine?
No, Your Honor. Is that right, Mr. Camaras?
All right. Ms. Camaras, with the surcharges, is going to be $83.25. If you will chat your email address to Miss Brenda Castaneda, then we'll be able to, is Miss Brenda on, or we have another person?
It's me, Judge.
Oh, okay, thanks, Miss Brenda. So when you go on the chat function, choose, when you see the blue everyone, click on that and you'll see the pull down menu. Look for Brenda Castaneda, send her your email address, check it twice, make sure it's correct. And then once you've done that, you'll be free to go. She'll send you back your paperwork. You'll also have the option to pay online or by phone, and that information should be in the email, okay?
Okay.
All right, any questions?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go at this time.
All right.
Your
Judge
Honor.
Hayward?
Yes. Okay, I got a Judge Hayward and a Your Honor. Mr. Walker, I saw you. What do you need?
I have returned from the breakout room, and I just needed to verify something with Solicitor Brooks, and I think we'll be able to resolve something on the Rumpf case.
Okay, go ahead and send him a chat for me. All right. Davis, Rashawn Elena Davis.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand for me, ma'am. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
You can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 CR 01047 for driving on a suspended or revoked license. You're represented by Mr. Taylor, who's here on the call. By entering a plea of guilty to this, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. On November 2nd, 2019, officers with the Marl Police Department were doing tag checks in the area of Jonesboro Road. Officers ran the registration of a vehicle along with Rashawn Davis. They determined that driver had a suspended license. Initiated a traffic stop on the driver, identified driver to be Miss Davis. She was ultimately arrested for the same. This all occurred here within Clayton County. State's recommendation, this is a 3rd and 5 for a suspended license. Recommendation is 12 to serve 10 days, balance is probated, to pay a $1,500 fine.
Does she have credit for time served, or she's gotta serve it?
She served 2 days in custody, so that's from December 10th of 2019 to December 12th of 2019.
Okay, so Mr. Taylor, what does your client wish to do about the remaining 8 days?
Yes, Your Honor. Would Your Honor entertain some argument about a later report date as well as weekend time?
Sure, I can do both, but you don't have to argue about it. Just tell me
okay.
what weekends and November.
We would ask that the first report date be November 25th, as she.
Now, why that late?
She has a long planned and paid for family vacation starting on November 16th, I believe, and running until the 21st.
Okay, so now that was the worst argument, because you could have paid to get her license straight and not have a 3rd and 5. But she paying for vacations. Ms. Davis wants to speak on her own behalf. Go ahead, ma'am. Let me hear this.
What this happened in 2019. I wasn't sure when it was going to be called to court, ma'am. And this just came about earlier this year. And then when I did get I could report this weekend. It's just, that's the only time that I need out. I could report right now. Friday on the weekends. My license is good. Everything has been updated since then. I took a driver improvement course since then. Paid fines since then. Everything has been honorable since then. I haven't had any tickets since then.
Mr. Brooks, you have any objections?
State or defer to the wisdom of the court.
Thanks, Mr. Brooks. So very kind of you. All right. So, all right. We'll do weekends. Do you do traditional weekends? Report Friday at 6 p.m., get out Sunday at 6 p.m. Okay, so you do 4 weekends consecutively. You can turn yourself in on November 25th. Is that the date you're looking for? You be on time. If you miss your turn-in date, then it's not going to be a good thing. I'll send you to 12 months to serve 10 days credit for 2 days time served. The remaining 8 days will be served on weekends, beginning on Friday at 6 p.m. and being released on the following Sunday at 6 p.m. That will be your first turn-in date, will be November 25th. The balance will be probated for you to pay a fine in the amount of $1,500, which with the surcharges is going to be closer to $2,000. And once you, is this termination upon completion? Did y'all talk about that?
We would request that, Your Honor.
They have no objection.
Okay, so as soon as you have served the 8 days and paid the fines and fees, your probation will terminate. The quickest way to get into trouble again is to not report for probation. So you've got to report on the days that you're supposed to report, okay? All right, so I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is the probation expert. She's going to answer questions that you need to ask regarding your particular situation, okay? And then once you finish speaking with Mrs. Thomas, you'll be free to go. All right?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Put you in a breakout room number 6. Miss O'Neill is still on the call, but you're free to go. Miss O'Neill Camaris, you're free to go at this time. So it just may be a glitch. All right. So I think we have a couple more, please, before we start breakout rooms. Mr. Haraz, Mr. Hubert Haraz Dinkins. I'm sorry, Mr. Dinkins.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Mr. Dinkins, who's representing Mr. Dinkins?
It's me, Attorney Taylor, Your Honor.
All right. All right. And Mr. Kamani, did you have any pleas, or did you need a breakout room with someone?
I need a breakout room with Pharrell Christopher.
One second. All right, so Mr. Kamani, I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 3. Mr. Christopher, breakout room number 3.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we're ready once the court is ready as well.
Okay, no problem. All right. Mr. Dinkins, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
You can put your hand out, sir. You're before the court for 2020 CR 04334. You're represented by Mr. Wesley Taylor. He's here with you before the court. You're before the court for theft by taking and public drunk. You're entering a plea of no load to both. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to to the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. March 5th of 2020, officers with the Morrow Police Department responded to incident location cookout restaurant regarding a disturbance. Officers made contact with the complainant, who they learned advised that a black male approached the drive-through window on foot while customers were being assisted. Demanded that certain individuals in the business exit the business and fight him. Officers did conduct an investigation and did see certain indicators of impairment on Mr. Dinkins. They did also learn that he took the bicycle belonging to Robert Goss, who was a patron at the business at Wendy's, which is right next to the cookout. Officers ultimately placed Mr. Dinkins under arrest for the offense of theft by taking and public drunkenness. This all occurred here within Clayton County. State's recommendation to both offenses is to run concurrent to one another, 12 months to serve, 10 days. He's to be credited with time served. The balance is to be suspended upon him not returning to Wendy's.
I thought it was cookout.
Wendy's and cookout. To count 1 is Wendy's, to count 2 is cookout. I'm sorry, count 2 is Wendy's and count 1 is cookout. The address for the Wendy's is 6241 Jonesboro Road. The address for the cookout is 6309 Jonesboro Road, Morrow, Georgia.
All right, Mr. Taylor, anything on behalf of Mr. Dinkins?
Yes, Your Honor. We are not anticipating any further jail time. As per classifications, he spent March 5th of 2020 to March 16th of 2020 in custody.
All right, so credit for time served. All right, so Mr. Dinkins, I'm going to accept your pleas of no load to counts 1 and 2. I'll send you to 12 months, credit for time served, balance suspended, and you're not to go back to the Wendy's or the cookout for the remainder of the 12 months. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dinkins, you was just acting up. I know you know better, right?
No, they ran outside to fight me because they just don't like me working 2 jobs. They came outside to fight me.
Okay, well, you don't have to go back there, so you're good. All right?
Okay. All right.
You're free to go at this time. Take care.
All right, thank you.
All right, Miss Candace Duffy.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Raise your right hand for me, Ms. Duffy. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Ms. Duffy, you're before the court on 2019 CR 070880 for battery family violence count 1, battery count 2, simple battery family violence count 3, simple battery count 4, battery family violence count 5, battery count 6, simple battery count 7, simple battery count 8, and the amended charge of county disorderly conduct count 9. You're entering a plea to count 9. Is that a guilty plea or a NOLO plea, Mr. Taylor?
Would the state object to a NOLO plea?
We would.
Guilty plea then. All right, by entering a plea of guilty, Ms. Duffy, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. On June 29, 2019, officers with Clayton County Police Department responded to the incident location in College Park here in Clayton County regarding domestic disturbance. Officers made contact with the victim of the accusation, who stated his girlfriend, the defendant, were arguing in the car. The argument escalated to the point where she struck him, causing lacerations to his face and a busted lip. This all occurred here within Clayton County. They do were living in the same household and were parents of the same child. The state's recommendation, after review of the age of the case and the fact underpinning the case, state's recommendation to count 9 is 6 months probation. She's completed an anger management course, 80 hours of community service, and the state has no objection to termination upon completion. It appears that Ms. Duffy had no prior history, and for that reason, this is part of the rationale for the production.
All right. All right, so Mr. Taylor, anything on behalf of Ms. Duffy?
Yes, Your Honor. The facts underpinning this case, detail a very harrowing and disturbing story for Ms. Duffy. But in the interest of final resolution, we would ask the court to follow the agreed recommendation. Okay. And Ms. Duffy is a member of the Georgia National Guard, and she's done everything in her power to repair the community after this case.
All right. So Ms. Duffy, I don't know what went on, but it sounds like it was something crazy for you to rack up 8 charges. Whatever it is, this person, y'all may just have to co-parent and with a lot of rules in place, like going to court and making sure you have a visitation schedule, a custody schedule, all of those things, a child support schedule, so that y'all have rules in place, because it doesn't sound like y'all need to be together. Now, I know a lot of people feel like they got to fight for their love. Not that person. I just feel like love is supposed to be peaceful, and this shouldn't happen. So just taking all that into consideration, I just say that if this is the person you're going to have to co-parent with for the next however your child is, then you may need to get some rules in place so that y'all don't have to deal with each other directly, and you don't have to depend on that person having the right attitude in the moment. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that, but that is up to you. I don't tell you how to run your life, but except for this part. I'm going to sentence you to 6 months probation to take an anger management class and do 80 hours of community service. Once you have done all of those things, your probation will terminate. The quickest way to get rearrested is to miss your probation reports. So please make sure that you report for probation as directed. Did you have any questions at this time, Ms. Duffy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
I already completed one anger management class in 2019, and then I did the pre-diversion anger management this year. Is there a way that we can waive another anger management class?
If you show proof of that to probation, then it's done.
Okay.
So I'm not, if you've already done it and you got proof of it, all I need you to do is show proof to probation. I don't, if you've done 2 anger management classes, I'm gonna make you do a 3rd one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Do I just click join this break room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. All right, so Mr. Walker, you had an announcement.
Yeah, Sean, I believe we're ready on Mr. Shira Rumpf.
Okay. This is Ms. Rumpf. Ms. Rumpf, let me see you. This is on invalid registration and no tag or expired or invalid tag. All right, Mr. Walker, what is your client pleading to the offenses before the court?
Okay, Your Honor, after speaking with the state, Your Honor, on the first count of driving a motor vehicle with invalid registration, that's going to be no prost, and on count 2, it's a $100 fine.
What's her plea?
I'm sorry. On the expired or invalid tag, I'm not sure. I don't think that's the one that will suspend the license. So, so we're pleading guilty on that one, and she needs 60 days to resolve the $100.
That's fine. All right, Ms. Rumpf, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, so Ms. Rumpf, you're before the court on 2021 CR 2021 CR 01039 for invalid registration, no tag or expired or invalid tag. You're entering a guilty plea on the second count, no tag or expired or invalid tag. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest will negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, factual basis recommendation. Ms. Hammond, everybody who needs to speak with the state is going to get a chance to do so. But as I explained earlier, we have one state's attorney. And if I take him away from taking pleas, then that's half the calendar I can't resolve before I set up breakout rooms. So by doing the pleas first, I can cut down on the number of people waiting. And then I'm going to put people in breakout rooms as
Rambo, how you feeling,
list.
Rambo?
Chris's iPhone, please mute. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry about that, man.
Thank you. All right, so Ms. Rumpf, I already have the recommendation. Mr. Brooks, factual basis, please.
Yes, ma'am. On October 14th, 2020, officers with Clayton County Police Department doing traffic enforcement in the area of Sherwood Drive and Turner Boulevard. Officers observed a vehicle with invalid registration, initiated a traffic stop, identified driver to Ms. Rumpf. During the course of the encounter, officers ultimately issued a citation for the same state amended and added tag violation. She's entering a plea to count 2 the tag violation. State's
all right.
All
right, by entering the plea, ma'am, I'm going to sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $100. That's going to be $151.50 with the surcharges. Mr. Walker has indicated you'll need 60 days in which to pay. Mr. Walker, if you'd be so kind as to chat her email address to Miss Brenda Castaneda, Miss Rumpf. Once you get the email with your sentencing sheet, it'll tell you what you need to pay and on what date you need to pay. And you'll do that by either coming into the courthouse, or you can do it online or by phone. And that information should be in the, information that you receive, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Walker, are you able to do that, or does she need to send it to you?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I didn't hear. I want to make sure I heard your clear direction. Did she need Ms. Rumpf's email or my email? I just want to make sure.
Whoever you want it sent to, but that email needs to go to Miss Brenda. So if you want it sent directly to Ms. Rumpf, that's fine. If you want it sent to your office, that's fine.
Gotcha. Okay. No problem, Your Honor. And I'll take care of that. Thank you so much.
All right, no problem. All right. And I believe Miss Calloway is back. Yes, ma'am, Miss Calloway. Did you have an announcement? Is she gone again? Nope, I see her. There she is.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, I was leaving the courthouse trying to make it to my office. It's going to be a negotiated plea. If I could just have a moment to speak with the state and then ask the court if the court will accept a plea in absentia for Mr. Thomas. It's Attorney Dwight Thomas.
I know who he is. This case has been going on forever. Yeah, please, because that's the only way I'm gonna get it resolved. Yeah, we can do a plea in absentia.
Okay, and I would like just to speak with the state briefly in a breakout room whenever the court is ready.
Okay, can you, since we're gonna do a plea in absentia, can you just talk to him once we finish the calendar? Because I just got one solicitor and 1,000 people waiting.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So if you can just contact him at a later time, and then I will accept a PIA from Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, take care. Thank you. All right. So Ms. Waller, did you have an announcement on Mr. Smith?
Hey, Your Honor, this is Attorney Antonio Stanfield.
Okay.
Attorney Brooke Waller was standing in for me. I had another court all the way up in Cherokee County.
Okay.
She was gracious enough to stand in for me. I do have an announcement, Judge. I've corresponded with the state on this one. I understand the state's position is that they have sent it. I'm not denying it. I just can't place eyes on it. So I'm requesting a brief continuance in this case. Based on the charges, I don't anticipate that a long continuance is needed. I'm just asking for time to review any reports and videos, and I'm sure we can come to a resolution on this one. I have corresponded with Solicitor General Brooks, and I do believe that the state has no objection to my request for a brief continuance on this case.
All right, we'll continue it. You'll get notice. Thank you. And y'all work out the discovery issue.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to go over the calendar and start putting people in breakout rooms. Yes.
Which case was that?
I'm sorry. It is the Smith, Daryl Dexter Smith Jr.
Okay, reset. Okay.
That is correct. And I'll be picking it up this week, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm sorry.
I'm not sure if he called me. Gold ring.
Okay, no, Miss Goldring, I don't think you're on this calendar. I think you're a witness to a case. So I wouldn't have called your name. You would just have to listen to the name of the person whose case you're associated with, because I don't see a separate case for you.
Is it on the
Okay, I didn't hear.
Okay, hold on. Miss Val or Miss Dillard, is Miss Goldring a witness?
Her name is Goldwyn.
Gold ring. I'm sorry.
She's
Gold
on
ring.
the 1 o'clock SSD.
Oh, Miss Goldring, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You're right. So the 1 o'clock SSD calendar, let me call that calendar right quick. And this is the reason why. My staff attorney is going to handle those cases. So once I call the calendar, I'll put everybody in a breakout room with my staff attorney, and then we'll be good to go. If you're here for the 1 o'clock SSD calendar, please let me know that you're here. Dominique Alston. Dominique Alston. All right. Oh, no. Antoine Carter. Tierra Crawford. Donovan Drysdale.
Yes, sir.
Donovan Drysdale.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Drysdale, I want to put you in a breakout room. 1 second. Hold on, you keep moving. Okay, so Mr. Drysdale, I'm gonna put you in breakout room. Hold on a second, just go into the breakout room, and then Miss Camille will be in there in a moment. I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 4, okay?
Okay.
Hold on. I know it seems chaotic, people, but I actually have there's a method to my madness. All right, so Anthony Eugene George. Anthony Eugene George.
Hey, Miss Val.
Miss Camille, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room on number 4. If you could just send a message to Miss Val. Okay, Anthony Eugene George. Okay, Goldring, yes, you'll be in breakout room number 4.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Did Anthony George answer?
I did not hear.
Okay.
Okay. Jatavia Hurd. Jatavia Hurd. Jatavia Hurd. All right. Irvin Curry or Raymond Williams? Curry. Oh, I'm sorry. Curry Irving Jr. Curry Irving Jr. Raymond Williams. Marlon Milam. Marlon Milam. Okay. Ikechukwu Njoku.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right. I'm going to put you in breakout room number 4. Jerry Lewis Richmond. Jerry Lewis Richmond. And Tashawn Smith. Tashawn Smith. Is there anyone who on the SSD calendar who believes their name should have been called? Okay. All right, Miss Camille, I'm gonna put you in a break.
I think y'all didn't call my name again.
Okay, what's your name?
Isaiah Dunstan.
Okay, Dunstan.
He's on 11 o'clock, Judge. We're still on that calendar.
Oh, okay, Mr. Dunstan, we're getting to you.
Okay, my bad.
No problem. All right, so Miss Camille is going to handle the 1 p.m. SSD calendar. She'll let me know what's going on with that. Okay.
Guys, look like Attorney Florio is on. Did you want to?
Mr. Florio, what you got for me on Mr. Freeman?
Good afternoon, Judge. I apologize. I'm still up here on the 4th floor waiting to see if I'm going to go on trial with Judge Mack.
Okay.
I am requesting a one-time continuance just so that we can receive the discovery in this matter and Mr. Freeman and I can review it together.
All right. So if Mr. Brooks has said that discovery was sent out electronically, if you didn't receive it, he'll make it available in a hard copy at the office.
Yeah, that's perfect. Absolutely. I don't know that it was, but but yeah, I can run down there today and pick it up.
All right, Mr. Brooks, is that okay?
Just a moment, yeah.
Okay. He's checking on that. All right.
And Your Honor, may I be excused, Judge, from the, I'm on the Daryl Smith case. I didn't want to leave without being formally excused.
Oh, yes, you may. I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
All right. You too. All right. And Mr. Dunstan, I still have one gentleman from the 10 o'clock that needs to speak with Mr. Brooks.
Christopher Freeman?
Yes.
Discovery was sent to Lister and Holt November the 5th of 2020. Did you receive it from Lister and Holt, Tom?
No, sir, I didn't. I didn't know that they'd received it. I'll reach out to them, but I think since it was so long ago, are you okay with me just getting it from y'all?
Yeah, pick up, you have
Okay.
a hard copy though. You think you can get it today?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be, as soon as I get released from Judge Pat, I can run down there. Or if tomorrow is better, that's cool too.
All right.
All right, so Mr. Freeman, you're excused at this time. Thank you, Mr. Florio.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
there's another.
I'm sorry.
There's another case from the 10 a.m. calendar that's pending, Lavanda Steed.
All right, what's going on with Steve?
Mr. Brooks was going to let me know on that case.
I do have an update on that. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Okay, so Mr. Brooks, there's one gentleman who was in the courtroom and you said you were gonna walk down there, but I was trying to get everything done that we could do before you had to leave and walk down there. And then we got a bunch of other people who still want to talk to you. All right, who's the REVVLV? Who's that?
Oh, that might be me, ma'am. Nathan Rice.
Nathan Wright?
Nathan Rice, RICE.
Mr. Rice, what case are you here on? Or what calendar? Are you here for a 2 o'clock calendar or 1 o'clock calendar? Tell me.
2 o'clock.
Okay, so hold on a second. Just mute your device. We'll get to you in a moment.
Okay, man.
Thank you.
Your Honor, who was in the courtroom that I need to speak with?
Mr. McKnight, Kenneth Donnell McKnight. He has speeding a lot. Tag, no tag, and invalid registration.
All right. Your Honor, if you would allow a moment, I'll go speak with him, or do you want to do who's on the screen?
Go talk to him because that's the last 10 o'clock case. And once you make the announcement on Steed, and then when you come back, I can set up the breakout rooms for all of the people on the 11 o'clock calendar who want to speak to you.
State is ready on Steed. I just chatted with Mr. Kamani.
Okay, State is ready on Steed.
Your Honor, I just need to speak to her briefly. I'll give her a call. I have a number.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Brooks, if you'll head down to the courtroom and everybody else, once Mr. Brooks is back in play, we'll start breakout rooms with him.
What's all the pleas, Judge?
What now?
What's that, all the pleas?
I know of. Did I miss one? Okay.
I think that was it. I'll check for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Read my direct message. Check.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm back, sir. I didn't use the restroom. I'm back.
Your Honor.
Mr. Kamani?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, sir.
For the 10 a.m. calendar, I have an announcement for Steed Lavanda.
Go ahead.
Count 1 will be dismissed. And for count 2, no insurance, she's going to plead nolo.
Okay. All right, Ms. Steed and Mr. Brooks, were you able to speak with Mr. Oh boy.
McKnight? I was, Your
McKnight,
Honor.
yes.
We got a resolution. I just need to make one amendment to the accusation.
Okay, thank you. All right, ready on Steed. Ms. Steed, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Steed, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 CR 02544 for a no tag, expired or invalid tag, and no insurance. You're represented by Mr. Muhammad Kamani, who's with you here on the Zoom. By entering a plea of nolo, the count 2, no insurance, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please. Mr. Brooks, you're muted. Okay, go ahead.
On December the 15th, 2019, officers of Clayton County Sheriff's Department doing traffic enforcement in the area of Terra Boulevard and Old Dixie Road. Officers observed the vehicle with an invalid tag, initiated a traffic stop, identified driver named Miss LaWanda Steed. During the course of the count, officers did determine that her insurance was not current. Officers issued citations for the same. This all occurred here in Clayton County. State's recommendation to the insurance offense is a $200 fine. Count 1 is being non-processed. No tag.
All right. So, Mr. Kamani, how long is your client going to need in order to pay the fines and fees?
Your Honor, she's in the courtroom and she's going to pay it today.
Okay, great. Oh, there you are. So, Miss Steed, you can go downstairs to the second floor, right below where you are. When you come back through the double doors into the hallway, go to your left. When you get to the window for traffic court, they'll accept your payment and give you your paperwork, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, just go ahead down to the second floor. They'll be waiting on you.
Thank you.
All right, have a great day. All right, for McKnight. Mr. Brooks.
Your Honor, he's going to be entering a plea to too fast for conditions and no tag. I'm amending the accusation right now, Your Honor.
All right, so too fast for conditions will be count 6. No tag is count 3. Counts 1 and 5 will be no prost.
That's correct, yeah.
All right. All right, is he entering a plea of guilty or nolo?
I think on the too fast for conditions, it's no points in either case. I don't know that it matters, but it's completely up to him.
All right, so Mr. McKnight, you could use a nolo, but it's not going to make a difference. Did you want to enter a plea of guilty to counts 3 and 6?
Can I do nolo on 3 and 6? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, did you want to use your nolo, or did you want to use did you want to do a guilty plea? It's my understanding it's not going to make a difference for you to use a nolo, whereas it might help you in another case.
Okay, I plead guilty.
All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2019 CR 10041. And Mr. Kenneth Donnell McKnight, you chose to represent yourself in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, by entering a plea of guilty to counts 3 and 6 as amended, too fast for conditions, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. On incident date October the 5th of 2019, officers with Clayton County Sheriff's Department were doing traffic enforcement in the area of I-675 near exit 5. Officers observed a vehicle traveling at a rate of speed that appeared to be higher than the posted speed limit of 65 miles per hour. Officers paced the vehicle at 115 miles per hour. During the course of the encounter, officers ultimately stopped the vehicle, identified the driver to be Mr. McKnight. Officers determined that the vehicle had no tag, an invalid tag on it. The state, reviewing the underpinning facts of the case and recognizing the method for capturing speed, has declined to proceed with the speeding offense in favor of the too fast for conditions offense. And as such, the state's recommendation on the too fast for conditions offense is a $100 fine on too fast for conditions, and then on the tag, it's a $50 fine. Counts the speeding offense and the suspended registration offense as being non-process.
Okay, Mr. McKnight, I'm going to accept your plea to count 3. That's a $50 fine. It'll be $83.25 with the surcharges. To count 6, it's a $100 fine. That'll be $151.50 with the surcharges. And sir, do you wish to pay those today or have additional time?
Additional time, please.
All right, I can give you up to 60 days to pay. I'll do that. You need to go down to the second floor. When you come back through the double doors, you're going to go to your left to the traffic court window and get your paperwork, and that'll tell you exactly when you need to pay. And it'll also, they'll give you information about how to pay online or by phone, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, just make sure that you do not leave the courtroom, the courthouse without your paperwork, okay?
Understood.
All right, thank you, sir. That concludes the 10 o'clock calendar, the 11 o'clock calendar. Mr. Adebayo is here. Mr. Studdard, we called you a couple of times, but we weren't able to get an announcement.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm here. I've stepped out a couple times just to get water and splash my face a little bit.
You have an announcement on Adebayo?
He pleads guilty.
On?
The battery charges, all the charges.
Okay. All right, Mr. Adebayo, come to the podium for me. Ms. Lovejoy, after this case is done, then you'll be free to leave, okay?
Your Honor, in the meantime, can you put me in a breakout room with Ms. Foster?
Yes. What breakout room were you in, Mr. Kamani?
3.
3. All right, Ms. Foster, I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 3. Ms. Shanita Foster. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. All right, Ms. Foster, Mr. Kamani.
Bless you.
Thank you. Mr. Adebayo, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I am.
All right, so sir, you're before the court on case 2020 CR 00230. You're represented by attorney James Studdard, who's here with you on the call. You're entering a plea of guilty to count 1 simple battery family
Judge,
violence.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Judge. Maybe you misunderstood me, Judge. He's pleading not guilty.
Not guilty. Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Adebayo, so you're entering a plea of not guilty. So, sir, you have bond conditions that say you're not to have contact with an individual. Please make sure you adhere to the bond conditions. If that person contacts you, keep a record of it and provide that record to your attorney. Otherwise, if you have contact with that individual, you are subject to having your bond revoked and you could be returned to jail until your case is resolved, or you could be charged with a misdemeanor or a felony, or all 3 of those things. So please make sure that you do not have any contact with the person who's listed on your bond conditions. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go at this time. Please keep in touch with Mr. Studdard.
So we'll put him on a future jury calendar, Judge.
I'm sorry?
He's gonna go on a future jury calendar.
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, I'm sorry I missed your calling me. I stepped out a couple times. I think I'd have to admit I dozed off at one time.
Well, Mr. Studdard, I would like to, but with 36 people staring me in the face, can't do it. All right, sir. You just continue to talk to the state. Let's see if we can get that resolved. Mr. Todd is going to speak to Mr. With Mr. Brooks at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. You're gonna push in a breakout room?
Yeah, you're gonna break out room number 1. All right. And yes, was there somebody else? Okay, so I have a couple people whose names don't appear on the calendar. It's something that I don't understand. So there's a gentleman with a hat on, the New Orleans Saints hat. You got a bunch of letters and numbers that don't mean nothing to me. What is your name, sir? You got to unmute so I can hear you.
Bruce Gaines.
All right. Are you here for a 2 o'clock calendar? Unmute. I'm sorry. I'm Bruce Gaines. You're here for a 2 o'clock calendar?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. 1 second. All right, Miss Fortson, Miss Heath Fortson, do you have an announcement on the 1 o'clock?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Go ahead for me.
Okay.
Mr. Donovan Drysdale,
Yes.
30 additional days to pay.
All right. And you got his email address?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Next. Okay, 1 second, Mr. Drysdale. Next.
Julius Timothy Goldring,
Okay.
30 days to pay.
All right.
And finally, Akichu Charles Njuku,
Okay. All right.
and that's going to be a 30 days to pay as well.
Okay. All right. Was it, let me see. So for those of you who got 30 additional days, we'll be sending you that email, that modified order in the mail. Please make sure you pay online, by phone, or by coming into the building before the end of the 30 days. You get one chance after your suspended sentence has come to an end, and this is your one chance. And so if you do not pay by the end of the 30 days, an arrest warrant will issue, and you don't want to get arrested for not paying your fines and fees and completing your suspended sentence, okay? So for those of you whose names were called Drysdale, Goldring, and Njuku, you're free to go at this time. Just please make sure that you pay on online or by coming into the, okay? All right,
Yes.
so that completes the SSD calendar. Yes.
Thank you.
On
Mariah Dorsey.
Dorsey, yes, on Dorsey. The state is going to be submitting some documentation to the court that's going to resolve the case. And it'll be what's the other documents that's going to be coming closing out for the.
Okay, so are we continuing it to another calendar? What are we doing?
Yeah. Yes, if the court would be so kind, yes, but there's going to be some documentation that's going to close it out before it comes on the next calendar.
All right, so we'll continue that with the resolution of expectation of a resolution. Thank you, Mr. Todd, Ms. Dorsey, Mr. Todd, you're free to go at this time. All right,
Thank you,
so
Judge.
Mr.
Have a
Lee,
good day.
I understand you've been here since 11. A lot of people have. I'm trying to move these numbers are going down. So tell me why you're here, because I don't see you on a calendar. Did I call your name?
Yes, I'm here for driving
Hold on.
on suspended license.
He's on the 11 o'clock, I believe.
11 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right.
He's Mr. Kamani.
Okay. Mr. Kamani, have you spoken with Mr. Leaks yet?
Not yet, Your Honor. I was going to speak to Ms. Shanita Foster, but she's not joining the breakout room, so I can speak to Mr. Leaks till then.
Okay, Mr. Leaks, I'm going to put you in a breakout room number 3 with Mr. Kamani.
Okay, how you go to the breakout room?
Hold on, it's going to pop up on your screen, okay?
Okay.
In fact, I'm going to move Mr. Kamani to breakout room number 2, and then I'll put Mr. Leaks in breakout room number 2. When you see it pop up on your screen, you just touch it, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you.
You want to call the 2 o'clock judge on red light?
Right. Mr. Brooks, are you handling the red light calendar too, or you got somebody else?
Have it, yeah.
Huh?
I have it.
Okay.
I got it.
All right, Mr. Brooks. All right. So Aisha Hadia Wellborn. Aisha Hadia Wellborn.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. All right, here. So once I identify who's here for the 2 o'clock calendar, we're going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Brooks in a minute. Well, it's going to be more than a minute, but in a little while. and he's going to be able to speak with all of you, and we'll resolve your cases either through discussion with the state, or you're going to have me look at your video and see what happened, and then I'll make a decision. So Carl, William Carl Stubbs. I take this. All right, William Carl Stubbs is in the courtroom. Freddie Terrell Douglas. Freddie Terrell Douglas. All right, Freddie Terrell Douglas did not appear. So the appeal will be dismissed. All right, so the two of you will be in a breakout room with Mr. Brooks in a little bit. Just hold tight. And Mr. Brooks for the announcement on Dorsey. So we're done with that. Next is Isaiah Dunstan.
Your Honor.
Yes.
What about James?
Yes, I am here.
What about who, Mr. Brooks?
James Agassi and Cynthia Goss on the red light crossing guard calendar.
Oh, they're here.
James Agassi.
Oh, I'll say your name again. I didn't get that one.
I'm sorry.
I probably have to see you up in the calendar. What's the two names, Mr. Brooks?
I have James Agassi and Cynthia Goss.
Are they present?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I didn't have them. Agassi, James Agassi, and
Oh, you
Cynthia
know what?
Goss.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm looking at November 7th calendar. I apologize.
Ms. Brooks, I'm gonna need you to not confuse me today. Today is not that day. I feel like I'm a one-arm wallpaper hanger, and I don't have enough pace to do what I need to do. Mr. Dunstan, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room.
Yes,
with
ma'am.
Mr. Brooks, when you come out, I'll put the next person in. Mr. Dunstan, you're going into breakout room number 1 with Mr. Brooks.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I know this is taking a lot longer than you probably anticipated, but we're going to get it done. So we're going to, as soon as Mr. Brooks has had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Dunstan, then, so Mr. James, let's see. Does anybody know what calendar Mr. Gaines is on?
2 o'clock, round 4 for 2.
Okay. All right. All right, so Mr. Gaines, you're on the bond forfeiture calendar, sir. You're charged with driving on a suspended or revoked license. Generally, the bond forfeiture calendar means that you missed some court dates and your case ended up in forfeiture stature. And so, sir, if you want to resolve your case, I can give you an opportunity to speak with the state. If you want an attorney, I can assign an attorney to you and then have them speak with the state on your behalf. Which do you wish to do, sir?
I can resolve it with an attorney.
Okay. You want an attorney to speak with you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So as soon as Mr. Holton
Can you say it again? It's a bond forfeiture?
Yeah, so that means that you didn't appear. So they're trying to forfeit your bond and have your bond taken off the case. So if you resolve it.
This letter was the first letter I got in the mail.
Okay.
This letter I got October the 4th. It got sent out October the 4th. This is the first letter I ever got.
Okay. Well, we can.
I checked in every month through the bonding company.
Okay, so they're not here. So I can appoint an attorney to speak with you about your case. If you resolve it today, fine. If not, then you'll go on a trial calendar.
Okay.
All right. So just
Thank
hold on for when they finish with what they're doing on this person.
Thank you.
All righty. Oh boy. Yes.
Good afternoon. Just for the record, I was looking at Mr. Gaines' case. The same address we have on file, we sent notice to for the SSC calendar and for the calendar that he missed, we sent it to the same address.
Okay, thank you. So some of the cases on the 2 o'clock calendar, I may be able to go ahead and resolve. Leslie Kyle Knight, and I see a Leslie Knight and a Kyle Knight, 2.
I'm on my phone and my laptop. That's why it's 2. I couldn't. One of the camera's not working on my computer.
Okay, so this case has been closed, Mr. Knight. And because it's closed, you're good to go, and you don't have to be here today. Everything's done.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day.
Christopher Lamont Green, is Mr. Green here? That case is closed also. Yes, Miss Lovejoy.
Yeah, so I know, I think you said that the case was over, right?
No,
Or-
ma'am. It's gonna be on another trial calendar. You're free to go at this time.
Yeah, so I sent you a message because when we went to our divorce lawyer in August, he said this was resolved because you said we can't communicate. I think you just told him that. But the divorce judge said since that this was resolved, he can get the kids on the weekend.
It's not
So-
resolved, ma'am. You can take the order that from the magistrate court, the bond order, and you can show it to the judge. Which judge is it upstairs?
No, it's in Henry County, the divorce.
Okay, which judge is it?
I can't remember his name.
Amaro?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only male judge they have on Superior Court. So, yeah, Judge Amaro can give our office a call if he needs to, but the bond condition is still in effect because our case is not resolved yet.
Okay, so does that mean I need to stop sending the kids on the weekend, or I
can
just don't
ask-
want to get myself in no trouble?
I got you. Judge Amaro's order would actually trump mine, but if he thinks that the order is not in place, he may have decided differently. Do you have a copy of the bond order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can send a copy to Judge Amaro's office and let him know that that case is not resolved and he may make a different decision.
Okay.
All right, but if you
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
divorce attorney, give all of this information to your attorney.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lovejoy. Okay. All right, Benjamin Arnott. Benjamin Arnott. That case is closed. I'm only calling closed cases because I think Mr. Brooks is checking on something. Is Mr. Brooks here? Or he's in a breakout room. And Antonia Baggett. Antonia Baggett.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Miss Baggett, your case is closed. You're free to go at this time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Angelica Bailey. Nope, that case is still open. Tevin Burks. Tevin Burks. Tevin Burks. Okay, that case is closed. Darius Carter. Darius Raymond Carter. That case is closed. Christopher Cooper. Christopher Anthony Cooper. That
Yes.
case is Mr. Cooper.
How you doing, Judge Haywood? Good
How
to
are
see
you? Good to see you, sir. So Christopher Anthony Cooper, your case is closed and you're free to go at this time.
Thank you. God bless.
All right. Thank you. Take care. Maria Eugenia Espino.
Yeah, she's right here. She's my mom. I'm trying to for her.
Thank you. Okay. So you're gonna have to turn off one of the phones. So just operate on one device, okay?
Yes, we are on one device.
Okay, there was a lot of feedback for a moment. All right, so I take it Mrs. Spino needs an interpreter?
Yes, and
Okay, so Miss Val, if we could get an interpreter for Mrs. Spino, then I think this probably could get resolved today. It's a no license case. Or if it at least not resolved, then put back on the proper calendar. Okay, so it looks like maybe Mrs. Spino missed court, but it might have been a language issue. So what we're gonna do is get an interpreter to assist with us resolving the case, okay?
Okay, perfect.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
All right, and okay, Tyrone Martez Mapson. Tyrone Martez Mapson, that case is closed. Kashana Catrice Polk. Kashana Catrice Polk, that case is closed. Ms. Polk, you're free to go at this time, ma'am. Your case is closed, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you for showing up. All right, and Miss Way. So Miss Way, you're on this calendar. And it appears that at some point we lost track of you, but you have Lister Holton Dennis as your attorney. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Kamani, do either of you know which one of you is representing Miss Way, Rakita Way?
Looks like Judge, she came on 8/25 and did a not guilty plea.
She did a what?
A not guilty?
I just saw her on the calendar.
I'm on the calendar. I was talking to Mr. Wesley Taylor. I'm on the calendar because I missed my last court date, not the one last time, but the one before that. But I was pregnant and I was in the hospital. I did send him the paperwork, but he said that's what this court date is for because it was a warrant issue or something like that. So I don't know if y'all need like the paperwork for me.
No, if you send it to Mr. Taylor, that's fine. So you entered a not guilty plea at that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, did you have anything else for Miss Way? If not, I'm gonna ask for a bench warrant set aside.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the bench warrant should have resolved when she pled not guilty on 8/25. Is that right?
Well, I just want to make sure because she's on a bond forfeiture calendar.
Looks like I got withdrawn, Judge, recalled on 8/26.
Okay, good. All right. So Miss Way, you're still in not guilty status and you're free to go at this time, okay?
Okay, so I have a warrant out still?
No, ma'am. It's not. No, I just was verifying that.
Okay, so I get another court date, right?
Yes, ma'am. And you're getting your court dates, like the notices at the address you're at.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then you're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right. So, Mr. Brooks, I've just been going through the bond forfeiture calendar. Some people have shown up, and we verified that we have their information and they're not in bench warrant status, and that, excuse me, some people have shown up whose cases were actually closed. Okay. So I've dismissed them. And you have an announcement on Mr. Yes.
Mr. Dunston, license was suspended for child support. It looks like it was reinstated the very next day. He reports that he reinstated it on the day of. However, the transmission didn't take effect until the next day. Given the closeness of time, the state's gonna move it on.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dunston, your case is going to be no pros. You're free to go at this time, sir. Thank you. All right. And next to speak with Mr. Mr. Brooks. 1 second. All right. Oh, Miss Anita Hammond. Miss Hammond, you're going into the breakout room with Mr. Brooks.
Yes,
Breakout room number 1. Sorry. All right, Mr. Dunstan, Mr. Brooks. All right, Mr. Kamani, you have something on Mr. Leaks?
Your Honor, I need to speak to Mr. Brooks before I announce for Mr. Leaks. However, I have an announcement for Christopher Farrell.
For who?
Christopher Farrell.
All right, what's your announcement?
He's going to plead guilty to count 2 and Nolo to count 3.
Okay, guilty to count 2, Nolo to count 3. And 1 will merge.
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, did you call?
Who?
I gotta.
Oh, so Mr. Brooks, I was just asking that you tell Mr. Dunstan he's free to go because for some reason he's still in the breakout room.
I just told him. I told him to exit the breakout room.
I don't know if he knows how, so you might have to walk him through that. And also I'll be ready to take the plea when you're back from speaking with Ms. Hammond.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Dunstan, you're free to go at this time. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, take care.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Judge.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Judge. I was told that I was needed in your court.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Miss Espino is on video.
Okay, what I can do is I can run to my office real quick. Will that be okay?
Yeah, that's perfect, because whatever's easiest.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
while I wait to speak to Mr. Brooks for Mr. Leaks, can I have a break?
With Shanita Foster.
Sure. All right, Miss Foster, are you back?
Yes.
Okay, so Miss Foster, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room number 2 with Mr. Kamani. 1 second.
Okay.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, Miss Bailey.
Hey, how are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm not sure. I know you're on this calendar, Miss Bailey. Miss Val, do we know why Miss Bailey is on the calendar for bond forfeiture?
Let me check.
Judge, I honestly, I just got a text message and an email from the bond company. I think I missed the court date previously, and I think you lifted the bond, you lifted the warrant this summer. So
Right, because
I
you had
don't know.
appeared.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
is Mr. Kamani representing you or Mr. Taylor?
To be honest, I don't even know. All I know is the last time we had court, you told me the next court date will be November the 9th, and I needed to do the rest of my community service hours. I did that. I turned in everything. Mr. Freeman was supposed to, he did tell me that on November the 9th that I did not have to come to court because I should have a disposition by the.
Okay, Mr. Brooks, can someone in your office verify that? And that way I can release Miss Bailey completely.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I came in in the middle of.
I'm sorry. It's Miss Yakubu Angelica Bailey. She's on case number 2022 CR 00205. So she was given the opportunity to complete her community service. And if she did that, then her case would be no pros. And so I guess we have to verify because she was set to come back on November 9th, but somehow she ended up on a bond forfeiture calendar.
So bond forfeiture previously, the warrant did get recalled, Judge. But yes, she is currently on the November 9th calendar.
I have a note that she did complete pre-trial diversion.
She did?
She did, and so it's just a matter of non-pros being submitted.
All right, so Miss Bailey, I'm just gonna sign off on the no pros when I get it, but you're free to go at this time. Thank you so much for doing what you needed to do, okay?
No, ma'am. Do I need to come to court on November the 9th?
No, ma'am, you're good. Thank you.
Okay. So should I contact my lawyer for the disposition paperwork?
You can actually get it from the court. So in a couple of days, you can get it from the state court clerk's office. Okay.
Thank you so much. You have a wonderful rest of your year.
All right, you too, Miss Bailey. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. So Miss Bailey's gonna be a no pros. I'll wait that. And okay, Miss Brooks, Mr. Brooks, did you have an announcement on Miss Hammond?
Yes.
Hold on a second. Just 1 second, Mr. Brooks. All right, Mr. Brooks, did you have an announcement?
She's entering a NOLO plea. Recommendation is $100 fine.
All right. All right, ma'am. Raise your right hand for me. Ms. Hammond, you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 CR 00639 for following too close, Miss Anita Lynn Hammett. By entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right,
Yes,
factual
ma'am, I do.
basis, factual basis, please.
Yes, ma'am. On November 2nd, 2019, officers with the Clayton County Police Department responded to the area of Ash Street and Morrow Road. Officers make contact with drivers of both vehicles regarding an accident. Officers identified Ms. Hammond as one of the drivers. During the course of investigation, officers did determine that as she reached for a purse that fell on the floorboard of her vehicle, she did hit the vehicle in front of her. That's been charged following too close. The state's recommendation on the offense is a $100 fine. She is eligible to do a no-low plea.
All right. So Ms. Hammett, the fine is $100. It's $150 with the surcharges. I can give you up to 60 days to pay without putting you on probation. Do you do you need more time than that?
No, ma'am, that'll be good.
All right.
60
So
days
what
is
I'm going to ask you to do is, do you know how to use the chat function?
I think so.
Okay. If you click on the chat, and you'll see it'll come up as everyone, or you were able, I think you chatted before, so you're able to chat, but whatever's name is in blue, click on that, and then it'll bring down a pull down menu, and you're looking for Brenda Castaneda. Once you get Miss Brenda, you're going to send her your email address. Just make sure you check it so that you're sending the correct email address.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Miss Brenda's going to send you back a copy of your sentencing sheet with the date by which you have to pay. You also can pay online or by phone. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So I touched the three buttons and then chat.
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
everyone and
Yes,
and then
ma'am.
Brenda Cathy.
Yeah. Then it should be Miss Brenda Castaneda.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your patience. All right. You're free to go once you send that email. So Mr. Brooks, Mr. Kamani, on this calendar, we have a plea ready on Joe. No, I'm sorry, that's the inmate whose trial is coming up. We have a plea ready on Foster. Nope, not yet. On Farrell, I'm sorry. And then Mr. Kamani is going to make an announcement on Foster. We have Miss Espino, who is here from the calendar for bond forfeiture. So Miss Bermudez, Miss Espino, can we get you back on video?
Yes, she's here.
Okay. So Miss Bermudez, Miss Espino is before the court for no license. Okay, Miss Bermuda, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me, Judge?
Yes, I hear you now.
Okay. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, so Miss Espino, you're before the court for no license.
Señorita Espino, usted está ante la corte por manejar sin licencia de conducir.
Ma'am, did you wish to speak with an attorney about your case, or did you wish to resolve your case without speaking to an attorney?
¿Quiere hablar usted con un abogado con respecto a su caso o quiere usted solucionar su caso sin tener un abogado?
Quiero un abogado.
I want an attorney.
Okay, so I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis to your case.
Yo le voy a nombrar al bufete de abogado de Lister and Holt and Dennis para que se encargue de su caso.
All right, what I'm going to need from you, Mrs. Espino, is your contact information.
Señorita Espino, lo que yo voy a necesitar de usted es la información de cómo ponerlo en contacto con usted.
Do you or your daughter know how to use the chat function?
¿Usted o su hija sabe cómo usar la función del chat?
Sí. All right. So if you would chat the email address, phone number, and address to Mr. Wesley Taylor.
Wesley Taylor?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. You said her email and her phone number.
Email, phone number, and address.
Is it okay if I give her mine? Or
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I'll send that over now. Okay, I send it over.
All right. So Miss Val, I want to continue this to another calendar, either a plea calendar or an arraignment calendar, so that Mr. Taylor will have time to speak with Mrs. Espino.
Okay. Well, get a date. I don't have a date in front of me right now.
All right. So Miss Espino, are there any issues with your mailing address? Did you receive notice for today at your mailing address?
Señorita Espino, ¿usted tiene algún problema con la dirección de correo? ¿Recibió usted notificación para el día de hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. So you'll receive your next court date notice at that address.
O sea que usted va a recibir la próxima notificación de cuándo presentarse en la corte a esa dirección.
Sí. But
Yes.
one of the attorneys from Lister, Holt, and Dennis will speak with you at some time prior to that date.
Pero uno de los abogados de Lister and Holt and Dennis se van a poner en contacto con usted antes de esa fecha.
Okay. All right. You can go at this time, ma'am. Thank you for appearing.
Ok, señora, gracias por comparecer. Puede retirarse en estos momentos.
Una pregunta, ¿voy a tener que pagar algo?
I have a question. Do I have to pay anything?
Not today, no, but that is possible in the next date.
No en el día de hoy, pero es posible que en la próxima fecha, o sea, en la próxima corte. No le
You have
escucho.
to unmute.
¿Tengo que pagarle algo al abogado también?
Do I have to pay the attorney something also?
I believe there's a $50 fee, but I'm not sure about that. But you can talk to them about that, and you can do it all at the same time.
Yo creo que hay una tarifa de $50, pero yo no estoy segura. Usted tiene que hablar con ellos al respecto y usted lo podría pagar todo al mismo tiempo.
Okay, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias, señora.
Okay.
Puede retirarse.
All right.
And Judge, if that's the only case that I have, may I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Farrell, thank you for your patience. Raise your right hand for me. That's the wrong hand, Mr. Farrell. That's the right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 CR 00623 for Christopher Michael Farrell for a DUI less safe, DUI per se, and improper lane change. Your attorney, Mr. Kamani, has indicated that you're entering a plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 will merge and count 3 is a NOLO. By entering a plea of guilty to count 2 and NOLO to count 3, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. On November 2nd, 2019, officers with Clayton County Police Department responded to incident location regarding a accident. Officers made contact with driver of vehicle, Mr. Farrell, who advised that he fell asleep at the wheel and lost control of the vehicle. Officers during the course of the encounter did notice a smell of alcohol coming about from his breath. Did inquire and he did advise that he had two tall boy beers. Officers did also conduct a DUI investigation and ultimately placed him under arrest for improper lane change and DUI. He was read implied consent, requested a sample of his blood, to which he did submit. The return blood sample produced a BAC of 0.185. This all occurred here in Clayton County. State's recommendation to count 2 and count 1 is to merge is 12 months to serve 10 days. The balance is probated. It's a $500 fine, 40 hours community service. He's to partake in no drugs and alcohol during the course of probation. Submit to treatment if it's necessary. Submit to random screens, as well as get a risk reduction course. To count 3, the failure to maintain lane, that's a $100 fine. Concurrent to count 2. Count 1 will merge into count 2. Mr. Farrell did serve, looks like 24 hours in custody.
All right. Mr. Kamani, anything on behalf of Mr. Farrell?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Farrell lives in Michigan right now, and he would like to start his sentencing on November 11th onwards. So he will serve 9 days straight from November 11th. He needs to collect cash to come to Georgia. And Your Honor, if Your Honor is okay with that, he be allowed to report to probation by mail since he lives in Michigan.
Okay, why is he coming to Georgia? I'm sorry.
He has a jail time, Your Honor.
Okay, did I miss something? I'm sorry, Mr. Brooks. I had 24 hours credit for time served. Does he have to finish the remainder of the 10 days?
Yes, ma'am. That was the recommendation. I didn't know anything about his living situation.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was trying to write it down, and I wrote 24 hours credit for time served on the 24 hours and then 10 days. So for the remainder, the 9 days, you can have till November 11th to appear. That's fine. But you'll turn yourself in at 6 p.m. on that date at the jail. You'll serve the 9 days, and then you'll be released to probation. The probation can be Ms. Thomas.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
So I know that sometimes we can have misdemeanor probation served in another state. Is there our best practices when we do this?
I'm not sure about how that's done, Your Honor. That may be something that the probation officer does.
Okay, so Mr. Farrell, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to count two. Count one will merge. Count three is a NOLO. I'll send you to 12 months to serve 10 days. You'll get credit for 24 hours of that 10 days. The balance will be served beginning November 11th at 6 p.m. Upon your release, you'll be on probation for to pay a fine in the amount of $500. That's going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. You'll do 40 hours of community service, a substance abuse evaluation, and any treatment that might be ordered. You'll also have no alcohol or drugs during the course of your probation, and you're subject to random screens for alcohol or drugs. And you'll do a risk reduction course. On count three is a $100 fine. It's $150 with the surcharges. That's to run concurrent with the probation on count two. And I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to explain all of the things that you need to know to be successful in probation. We're going to make it phone and mail report, but there's really no phone report. It's mostly mail because they have too many cases to answer all of the phones. So you need to get several copies of the form, several stamped addressed envelopes, so you can have them available for phone and mail report. For the programs, anything that the misdemeanor court in your jurisdiction will accept for the programs, this court will accept those also. But you need to go through the court system and find the available programs. Don't just decide you're going to Google or do something like that. But Mrs. Thomas is going to explain everything to you, and then your assigned probation officer will help you manage all of that, okay? The quickest way to get rearrested is to not report for probation.
Okay.
All right, and we got Uber and Lyft and all of that other stuff, which is, I'm sure, way cheaper than what you about to pay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
All
right. Put you in breakout room number 6. You can go in there once you finish speaking with Mrs. Thomas. You do not have to come back out to the main room, okay? All right, so Mr. Komani, do you have something for Miss Foster, an announcement?
Your Honor, I spoke to her. She just wants to speak to me again. So can you just put me in a breakout room? I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, y'all are both still in breakout room number 2. You can just go back into the room. All right, so I think those are all. That's the last case on the 11 o'clock calendar, except for the Jones case. Mr. Taylor, is this your case, Patrick Jones? Or is this Mr. Kamani?
That's my case, Your Honor.
So my understanding is he has a ton of cases that are going up to Superior Court or that are in Superior Court.
That's right, Your Honor.
And this is the only one here.
He has an aggravated assault in Superior Court against the same victim.
Okay, okay. Is this going up or are they waiting for us to try it here?
I believe they are waiting for us to try it here. The recommendation on our case is credit for time served, honestly, but I'm not sure what his motivations are.
Okay. Well, you want to trial. All right. Okay. Just checking that. Go ahead, Mr. Kamani, talk to Ms. Foster. I'm going to go over the bond forfeiture calendar with Mr. Brooks. All right, Mr. Brooks, you ready on the bond forfeiture calendar?
Yes, ma'am.
So Benjamin Arnatti, that case is closed. Antonia Baggett, that case is closed. Yakubu Bailey, you said we're gonna no pros because she completed, so that case will be closed. Tevin Burks, that's closed. Kaylin Dion Bussey.
State of request of rule absolute. Is this person in custody somewhere? Did you get a note or anything saying this person might be in custody, Your Honor?
I don't recall that, but if somebody else knows, that would be fine.
State of request of rule absolute pending proof of incarceration.
All right, rule absolute. Marlo Brandon Campbell, Marlo Brandon Campbell.
Same request, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't have him as wanted.
So you don't?
I mean, it doesn't say wanted in the little dots. It just has his name on the calendar. Marlo Brandon Campbell.
I will look him up right now.
Judge,
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing that Mr. Campbell is wanted currently at this time.
Okay.
And for the previous case, for Buzzy, a notice of incarceration was filed with our office on July 13th.
Okay, do you know where he is?
It looks like the document that was submitted by the East Point Police Department.
East Point incarcerates people?
The document that's attached to this notice of incarceration appears to be a document from East Point Police Department. It says booked on February 19, 2022. It appears to be some aggravated assault charges, possession of firearms, etc.
Potentially.
Yeah. He at Rice Street? So what do you want to do with that one, Mr. Brooks?
I think the bench warrant is saying, but we can't forfeit the bond.
Yeah, bench warrant. Oh, this is bench warrant will stand. So we'll leave that as a bench warrant, not a rule absolute yet, because he could still come over. But if you hear different, I'm fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sir.
Marlo Campbell is did you want to rule absolute?
Yes, ma'am. Didn't want to rule out Bruno Campbell.
Darius Carter is closed. Isaiah Gerard Clemente is still wanted.
Federal request rule absolute.
Absolute granted. Christopher Cooper is closed. Ricky Crawford Jr. is wanted.
I have something regarding something came from the surety on June the 9th, 2022.
Okay.
I think they may either are requesting time to find him or they have located. I'm not sure. I just got a note, surety, June 9th, 2022. Miss Melissa, do you have anything?
Yes, it looks like a request for detainer and notice of intent to be relieved of liability was filed by the surety on June 27th. And it looks like a surety motion was also filed on September 2nd.
Okay, so we should be expecting an order from the county attorney?
County attorney. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So rule absolute on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Jordan Dasher wanted.
State a request. Well, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Closed. Looks like he pled to the suspended license and all process count 2 headlights.
Okay. All right. That is closed.
And then for his second case, he pled to counts 1 and 2, and then the third count was dismissed.
Okay. All right. Sierra Louise Davis.
The surety motion was granted on August 12th, 2022.
Okay. And Ms. Espino is going to be moved to a plea calendar. She's going to be represented by Lister Holton Dennis. They have her information. Mr. Bruce Gaines. So Mr. Gaines wishes to be represented by Lister Holton Dennis also. Mr. Gaines.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I need you to do is to chat your name, your email, email address, and a regular address and phone number to Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
And then once you've done that, we'll continue you to another calendar for a plea or arraignment.
So I just have to wait for another letter?
Yeah, but you might get a call sooner than that from the attorney's office regarding this case.
Your Honor, I got a note on Mr. Gaines that the surety motion was granted on his case.
Yes, I have that too.
All right, so that means that there's no bond on the case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Gaines, you don't have a bond, which is why, but if you fail to appear, an arrest warrant is gonna issue. You got me?
Okay, do they have the right address? 'Cause like I said, it was my first.
Mr. Gaines, that's why I'm saying, send your information to Mr. Taylor, and then they'll tell you how to update the court.
Okay.
Okay, because I mean, if your address changes, but we have the old address, we're gonna keep sending it to the old address, and you're gonna get a bond forfeiture.
Okay.
All right, so give Mr. Taylor all of that information before you leave, and then that way he can direct you as to what you need to do.
What's his first name?
Wesley Taylor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, make sure you send it to Mr. Taylor only.
All right.
Christopher Green is closed. Christopher Johnson.
State request rule absolute.
Okay. Paris Jones, wanted.
Same request, Your Honor.
Rule absolute. Mr. Leslie Knight appeared, and his case is closed, so I sent him on his way. James Woodrow Malone.
State request rule absolute.
Custody from the courtroom.
I'm sorry,
He was taken into custody from the courtroom.
who?
Malone?
Okay. So he'll be on the next inmate calendar.
I'm clear.
All right. Mapson Tyrone.
State request a.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's closed.
Mapson is closed. I'm sorry. Demond Rontre McCrary.
That's closed as well, Your Honor.
Okay. Gemma Oliver. I got a wanted.
Yeah, state request rule absolute, Your Honor.
Rule absolute granted. Juan Ramon Perez Garcia, wanted.
Same announcement, Your Honor. Rule absolute.
Rule absolute granted. Kenya Nicole Pitts, wanted.
State request rule absolute.
Rule absolute granted. Kashana Catrice Polk did appear. Her case is closed, so I sent her on her way. Nathan Terrell Rice. Nathan Rice. Mr. Rice was here. Is Mr. Rice still here?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so Mr. Rice is wanted, but he has appeared. What does the state wish to do?
I think there's a surety motion that's been filed.
All right.
So.
Mr. Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you need to update your address. Are you local or you live somewhere else?
I live at the same address in Fab.
Okay, so you got notice of today's court date at that address.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you need to contact your bonding company because they're about to come off your bond.
All right.
You know who you got? You got A Atlanta Clayton Bonding.
All right. So what I supposed to do like after I talk to them?
You need to talk to them today. Now, did you have an attorney for this case or did you want to resolve the case?
No, man. I just want to plead no low.
Okay. Mr. Brooks, do you have his file? Is it possible?
I don't have it. It is possible, but I would need a moment, yeah.
Okay, hold on a second, Mr. Rice. Let's see if we can get you taken care of.
Okay.
The next case is Augustin Vicente. Or Vicente. Augustin Sabino Vicente. Wanted.
State request rule absolute.
Rule absolute. And then Miss Rakita Way appeared. She has a not guilty plea, and she is represented by Lister and Holt. She missed a court date prior to another one, but she had medical information. She was pregnant.
All right.
So she's gonna go to a plea or arraignment calendar, and we'll get that case taken care of. All right, so Mr. Rice, let's take care of that. So Mr. Brooks, I'm gonna put one more thing on you. We got the red light calendar.
Yes, ma'am. I can touch both of them.
So Mr. Stubbs and Miss Wellborn, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room. With Mr.
Ma'am?
Brooks.
How'd I go to the breakout room?
I'm sorry.
How'd I go to the breakout room?
Hold on a second. It's gonna pop up on your screen. I haven't done it yet. So I'm gonna move Mr. Brooks to breakout room number 3. I'm gonna put Mr. Stubbs in breakout
Yes,
room
ma'am.
number 3, and you'll see it pop up on your screen. And then Miss Welburn, breakout room number 3.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you all for your patience. It's been a hectic day, but we're gonna get it done. Thank you. All right, Mr. Brooks, let me know when you come back out, what you got.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
I have an announcement for Shanita Foster.
Okay,
She's going to plead no to counts 1 and 2.
all right. So when Mr. Brooks comes back, we'll get Miss Foster's plea, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I have one more case, Deontay Leaks. I need to speak to Mr. Brooks for that.
Okay. All right, 1 second. Mr. Stubbs, they're coming.
Your Honor, is Mr. Bruce Gaines dismissed from this court setting?
Okay, he give you all his information?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gaines, you're free to go at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, stay in touch with your attorney, Mr. Gaines, so you don't end up on this calendar again.
I will, thank you.
All right.
All right, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have an announcement on Stubbs and Wilburn.
Should be on 1 second, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, you have announcements?
Yes, ma'am. On Mr. Stubbs, we're gonna grant the appeal. He did file the affidavit advising the information of his brother.
Okay,
There was some additional information that he actually had that I need to, I guess, do I submit that to the court as well?
yes, that's fine.
Okay. And then for Ms. Welburn, deny the appeal. It's a fine of $100.
Okay. All right, so when you send those orders, you have their email addresses?
I do not.
Okay, Ms. Welborn, can you
Yes,
chat me
Your
your
Honor.
email address, please?
Okay.
Mr. Stubbs, can you chat me your email address?
Yes, ma'am. How to do that?
Okay, let's see. So Mr. Stubbs, I'm gonna send you a chat and there's a red number should pop up on your screen, okay? Just hold on
Okay.
for me. And then you'll click on that. Okay, I'm sending you a test. Did you see
Okay.
something pop up?
Yes, ma'am. Direct message.
Okay, so on that direct message, just go ahead and click on that and then type in your email address. Just make sure you check it before you send it to me. So all the numbers and letters are in the right place.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
It's
you.
not doing anything when I tap on it. Oh, see right here. I see. Okay.
All right, sir. So I have both the emails. You all are free to go. Check your email in about a day or so. You'll get your order. And Miss Welburn, you can pay either through the app or you can pay online. And if you have any questions about that, you can call the clerk's office, the state
Okay.
court clerk's office, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Have a blessed
You
day.
too. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
How do I hang this up?
There's a red button that says leave. Like when you touch the screen, you see the
Okay,
leave.
thank you, ma'am.
Okay, take care. All right. So, all right, and Mr. Kamani, you had NOLOs for Ms. Foster, and you also have an announcement for leaks. What's going on with leaks?
Leaks, I need to speak to Mr. Brooks first.
Okay, go ahead, and let me take Ms. Foster first, and then I'll let you speak with Ms. Brooks. Ms. Foster, may I see you, please?
One moment, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just see a picture right now. All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 CR 00924 for driving on a suspended or revoked license. Count 1 and highway violation. Count 2, you're entering a plea of NOLO to counts 1 and 2. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt.
Your Honor,
Beyond. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I apologize, but she is not eligible for the NOLO on count 1.
Okay, Mr. Mr. Kamani, is she gonna enter a guilty or?
May I just speak to her for a minute?
Okay, all right, so, All right.
I'm sorry.
Why am I not eligible? May I ask? I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Kamani is going to explain it to you. Y'all can go back into breakout room number 2. After that, Mr. Kamani and you and Mr. Brooks can speak about Mr. Leaks.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I mean, we will proceed with the guilty plea to counts 1 and 2.
Okay. Ms. Foster, may I see you, please? All right, Ms. Foster, you're before the court for driving on a suspended or revoked license and highway violation. You're entering a plea of guilty to both. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to have the to present evidence and testimony to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. On December 31st, 2019, officers with the Clayton County Sheriff's Department were doing a road safety check here in the county at Garden Walk Boulevard and Garden Springs Drive. Officers observed the vehicle jump the curb and drive through the gore. During the course of the officers initially attempted to make contact with the vehicle's driver, identified the driver to be Ms. Foster. During the course of the encounter, officers did determine that she was driving on a suspended license. This all occurred here in Clayton County. State's recommendation, this is the 3rd and 5 to the suspended license. It's 12 months to serve 10 days. The balance is to be probated. There's a $1,500 fine to count 2. That's 12 months to serve 10 days to run concurrent to count 1.
All right, Mr. Monty, when is Ms. Foster going to serve her 10 days?
She's going to start, she wants to do it over the weekends, starting November 4th.
Okay, so she'll turn herself in on November 4th at 6 p.m. She'll get out and that Sunday, and she'll do so until she's completed all 10 days, 5 consecutive weekends. So ma'am, you'll sentence to, on count 1, 12 months to serve 10 days, balance probated, so you can pay a fine in the amount of $1,500. It's closer to $2,000. And on count 2 is 12 months to serve 10 days, balance suspended as long as you fulfill the terms and conditions of the sentence on count 1. That will run concurrent. And ma'am, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to explain everything that you need to know about probation, but the most important thing is you have to report to probation. Failure to report is the quickest way to get rearrested. Okay, did you have any questions?
I don't. Thank you.
All right, ma'am.
All right. Bless you.
Thank you. If you go into the breakout room, they'll Mrs. Thomas will meet you there.
Your Honor, if Mr. Rice is ready, we can go ahead and do that.
Okay.
As well.
Excuse
Bless
me.
you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Rice.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here. How you doing?
Good. Let me see you, Mr. Rice. Okay, Mr. Kamani. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Brooks as soon as we do Mr. Rice's plea. Mr. Rice, okay, stop moving, Mr. Rice. You're going to make me dizzy. I'm already sneezing. Raise your right.
I can't hear you.
Just have a seat on the steps for me. Okay. Raise your right hand for me. There you go. Solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right. So, Mr. Rice, you're before the court for a no license offense, and it's my understanding that you wish to resolve this today. Do you need an attorney to help you, or do you feel comfortable speaking directly with the state?
I feel comfortable speaking directly with the state.
Okay. And are you over 21, sir?
I'm actually 20.
You're 20? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Brooks, do you have a recommendation in this case?
Yes, ma'am. It's a $500 fine.
All right. Is he NOLO eligible?
He is, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Rice, you're NOLO eligible, which means that if you resolve this case under this plea, your license will not be suspended. But the fine is $500. That doesn't change, but I can give you up to 60 days to pay it. It'll be $737.50 with the surcharges. I can give you up to 60 days to pay it without putting you on probation. If you needed a longer time, I could put you on probation, and it would end as soon as you paid it. Okay.
I paid 60 days.
All right. So raise your right hand for me. Oh, I already did that part. Okay, so by entering the plea of no, NOLO, you give up the right to have a trial. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and you give up the presumption of innocence. You give up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Brooks, factual basis.
Yes, ma'am. On April the 18th, 2021, officers with the Clayton County Sheriff's Department were on general patrol in the area of Riverdale. Officers observed a vehicle with a temporary tag on it, initiated a traffic stop, identified the driver of that vehicle to be Mr. Rice. During the course of encounters, officers determined that Mr. Rice did not have a valid driver's license. This all occurred here in Clayton County.
All right. So, sir, the fine is $500, 60 days in which to pay. It'll be $737.50 with the surcharges. And do you have an email address, Mr. Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go ahead and give that to me, please?
Nathan Rice 1010@gmail.com. That's
Nathan?
Nathan Rice 1010@gmail.com.
Okay, so I have Nathan Rice 1010@gmail. All right, so check your email in a couple of days and you'll get that information. Just make sure you pay it by the date that's on the paperwork. And also you can pay it online or by phone if you wish to, or otherwise you can come into the courthouse on 9151 Terra Boulevard and pay it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rice. Take care.
All right, you too.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Rice's case is closed. All right, did we have anything else? I see somebody named Peaches. I don't know who Peaches is. Peaches had a dog. I don't know. Anything else? Oh, Mr. Leaks. Mr. Leaks and Mr. Kamani. Mr. Kamani and Mr. Brooks need to talk. So I'm gonna put Mr. Brooks in breakout room number 3 with breakout room number 2 with Ms. Kamani. Once y'all tell me what's going on with Mr. Leaks, then we may be able to get out of here.
Judge. Oh, okay. Everybody figured it out.
Yes, Your Honor, can you please put me in a breakout room with Mr. Leaks?
Will do.
Thank you.
All right, breakout room number 2, Mr. Leaks, Mr. Kamani. And does anybody know a court reporter who needs a job? Anywhere?
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
for Leaks, we are requesting for a one-time continuance. He just wants to, we got the recommendation on Sunday and he just wants some time to decide whether he wants to plead guilty, resolve his case or go to trial.
Okay. All right, so, all right, so Mr. Leaks is gonna have a continuance. All right, now with the inmate case, Miss Val,
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What happened?
for Jones, the one case that announced.
Mr. Kamani.
Yes.
That recommendation is for today. That DUI recommendation is for today. So it may change at the next calendar.
Okay.
Y'all talking about Leaks. I'm talking about Jones. Miss Val, we got a calendar for Jones?
Yes, we can hear that case on 11/15 at 1 p.m. first out.
Okay. All right, so Jones will be 11/16 at
No,
1
15.
15. I'm sorry, 1/5 at 1 p.m. first out.
Which case is that, Your Honor?
Jones, that's the only one that announced.
All right, Patrick Jones is 11:15 at
1 p.m.
1 p.m. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it will be on November 15th, right?
Yes.
Shit.
All right. That concludes the call of the calendar for calendar call. That concludes the 2 p.m. bond forfeiture calendar. We'll be sending out orders in the 2 p.m. red light calendar. I'll be signing orders in the 1 p.m. SSD calendar. And I will, yes, Mr. Leaks, you're free to go at this time, sir. Just keep in touch with your attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Leaks, just, Your Honor, can I just speak to Mr. Leaks for a second?
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Leaks, I'm gonna put you, y'all should be in the breakout room still. Just go back into that same breakout room.
Is Leaks a reset judge to 12? I mean, what's Leaks?
They talking now, we don't know. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor, you coming to the rescue? We finished.
Sorry, Your Honor, what? Or, sorry.
Oh, Mr. Taz Taylor.
Taz
I
Taylor.
saw him logging on.
Oh,
Yeah, if Mr. Leaks does decide to resolve his case, Mr. Taylor take the plea.
Okay, that's fine.
I actually have to go to an appointment if the court is so inclined.
Yes, sir. I got you. I mean, go ahead. I get it.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Take care. Thank you so much.
No problem, yeah.
Good afternoon, Judge. I've connected.
We got one outstanding, Mr. Taylor. We should hear in a minute, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Judge Taylor?
Man. Yes, ma'am.
Would you mind going through the morning calendars once we're finished?
No problem.
Thank
we
you.
can do that. I just heard sad news that actor Leslie Jordan has passed away. He was such a source of joy and fun in everything he did. So I hope he rests well. If y'all see the news reports, y'all will know exactly who I'm talking about, because even if you don't know his name, if you saw his face, he's very memorable.
Will not. Thank you.
All right, Miss Brenda, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Aguirre Namba was a conflict, but my understanding is that he's been deported, so it's going to be a bond forfeiture, bench warrant until we know for sure. All right, Barksdale was a plea. Beckham is a continuance. Bell is a bench trial. It's moving to the bench trial calendar. Bridges, continuance. Shadrach Brown, continuance. Buchanan, continuance. Burden, that was a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Burns, plea. Campbell, plea. Castillo, plea. Cook, plea. Davis, bench trial calendar. Duplessis, transferred to Superior Court. Edge, all four of the Edge cases were, I'm sorry, all three of the Edge cases were no pros. Inaki is a bench warrant. English, plea. Hall, no pros. Hutchins, no pros. Jackson Santos, or I'm sorry, Santos Jackson, no pros. Kiker, plea. Lewis, continued.
It's gonna be specially set in January. We don't have a date yet.
Okay. Lupillo, continued. McKnight, plea. McPhee, plea. The second McPhee was no pros. Third McPhee was a plea. Fourth McPhee was a plea. I'm sorry. Medius is setting in January, so it's continued to January calendar. Ott, bench warrant. Peggins, plea. Perry, first Perry case is continued. Second Perry case, Jabari Perry, criminal trespass, was a plea. Sims is a not guilty. That'll be continued to the next calendar. Steed, plea. Tillman, plea. Turley, the attorney had a conflict. We'll continue that. White, plea. Mark White, plea. Micah Zegger, that's continued. That was the 10 a.m. The 11 a.m. Out of bio is continued to the next calendar. Donovan Blackson is continued. Burke, no pros. O'Neill Camaris, no, is a plea. Carroll, continued. Daniels, no pros. Lakia Daniels is continued to the January. That'll be a special set.
Yeah, I think Sturtis case was special set too, Judge.
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, we're gonna have to special set those on separate calendars because I'm pretty sure Daniels is probably gonna go forward with the trial.
Okay. Well, especially set I'll be standby for the dates.
Okay. Rashawn Davis, plea. Dinkins, plea. Dorsey, the first two are no pros. The third one is continued. The Duffy, Candace Duffy, plea. Dunstan, no pros. Exum, no pros. Farrell, plea. Foster, plea. Freeman, continued. Fuller, conflict, so it was continued. Hammond, plea. Hightower, no pros. Howard, continued. Hunter, no pros, the first one. The second one was a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Diamond Jackson, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Belinda Jean-Louis, plea. Aaron Jones, no pros. Patrick Jones continued to the 11/15 trial calendar. LeBaron, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Lane, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Leaks, we don't know yet. Armando Perales continued to the November 9th calendar. Jeffrey Raphael, that's a no pros. Rumpf is a plea. Smith continued. Teagle, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Thomas, PIA. Zabion Tyson, conflict. And Velasquez Perez, that's continued because there's another case outstanding. So we'll get them both together. All right. Did you need anything else, Miss Brenda?
No, I got everything. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you. All right. All righty. So we're just still waiting on Leaks' announcement.
Your Honor,
Yes.
for Mr. Leaks, he says he wants to hire another attorney.
Okay. Mr. Leaks, so what we're not gonna do is delay this case getting taken care of. So you need to hire an attorney like today, because the next time it shows up on the calendar, you're not guaranteed of a continuance, okay?
Your Honor, I think he's still in the breakout room. I'll get him.
Okay, go get him.
Hello?
Mr. Leaks?
Yes, how you doing?
I'm good, Mr. Leaks. So I don't represent the state, but I just heard Mr. Brooks say that there was a time limit on that offer, but that's between you and your attorney. My understanding is you want to hire your own attorney and give Mr. Kamani the opportunity to work for somebody else. That's fine. But please understand that you need to hire an attorney like today, because the next time this shows up on a calendar, you're not assured of a continuance just because you didn't hire an attorney in time, okay?
Yeah, okay, I understand it, but like I was trying to explain to him, I'm taking the DUI that I had nothing to do with.
Okay, well then you go to trial. So it's either trial or it's a plea. But if you don't want to go to trial, and if you don't want to take a plea, there's not a whole lot of options. So if you're going to trial, you want to get your attorney involved as quickly as he can. So I'll continue this case to the next calendar, but you need to get your attorney involved.
Okay, I got one more question before I make a decision. My son has a football tournament in December, the first week of December. It already paid for. And he talking about if I take the plea, that's 10 weeks of weekend jail.
Mm-hmm.
And that's gonna that's already paid for. Like that's gonna mess everything up. It's already bad enough that we dealing with someone with his mother. She has breast cancer. So it's really like I don't have no help with that because she's going through chemo and stuff. So that's gonna mess up a lot of things going towards the next couple months. What I was asking is there a way that can I start like at the beginning of the year where I can have everything already cleared out? And I won't have to.
Jail and punishment are supposed to be convenient. So if you truly believe you didn't do this, then fine, we'll put you on a trial calendar, you try the case. But I'm not going to negotiate with you. That's not my job. My job is y'all present it to me in a plea. I take the plea, or we have a trial. I preside over the trial, but I'm not negotiating with you, sir.
No, I'm not asking.
It is.
I'm not
Yeah,
asking you
that's
to.
what you're asking me to do. Well, this gonna mess up some stuff for me. Everybody who got a charge, it's gonna mess up something.
Yeah, I understand it. I understand it. So okay, when is the next calendar day? In like a couple of weeks.
I can't tell you that right now. I don't know what's going on which calendar. We got several, but some of them are already full.
Oh my God, bro, this is just too much. I done did all this today. It's gonna be 4:30. Man.
Mr. Leaks, these people have been here since 10 o'clock this morning.
I know I've been on the phone
So
since 11 o'clock.
I got you. It's 4:18. I'm gonna continue this case. You'll get notice of the next trial calendar. If you want to have another attorney involved, go ahead and make sure you hire them as quickly as you can. All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused at this time.
All right, thank you.
Mhm. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I know this has been a long day and you all did so well. At one point in the calendar, I think we had like 80 people on the calendar. So at this time, y'all all deserve a break and I'm gonna go ahead and end the calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, regarding the bond forfeiture calendar.
We already went over that.
Oh, you did? Excellent.
Yeah, we did all of it.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the last thing was Mr. Leaks.
Your Honor, do you still want to talk about Miss Sabrina Bird?
No, not right now. I'll call
Okay.
y'all. I'll email y'all tomorrow. Or we can talk about